We had the lead paper presentation following the cross-cutting issue presentation. This was presented also virtually by Mr. Albert Insegungwia from the Association for the Development of Education in Africa, ADIA. And it took us through the various things that's been done in Africa and globally towards combating the issue of the pandemic and building resilient systems and what we need to do. He gave us quite a number of empirical data that speak to the issue at hand. Then we had the keynote address by His Excellency, the Vice President of the Federation, Professor Yemi Osinbajo, delivered by the Honorable Minister of State, Honorable Chukwuemeka Nwajiba, which dwelt a lot on what we are doing currently in Nigeria, the issues we are facing with, what the efforts of the government are, and the way forward in this situation we had. And that brought to a close the opening ceremony of the conference. Thereafter, we went for the technical session. But before we went to our various rooms, we had a brief break where we had discussion on the lead paper presentation. We had a summary provided by the presenter, and we had short discussion on issues emanating from the presentation. We then went to our various rooms, the breakout session, where we had discussion on the 4 thematic areas: the area of strengthening the design of curriculum assessment and monitoring systems, which is panel 1. On teacher capacity development, panel 2. We had strengthening education infrastructure and resources for inclusive access to quality learning, which is a 3rd panel. And the 4th panel is fostering a culture of innovation in education planning during and post-COVID-19 pandemic. And I believe we all did justice to our various discussions stemming from the experience and the feedback we are getting from the various panels. So today we'll be looking at what we have done so far in our panels. What are the conclusions we have reached? What are the agreements we arrived at? And what are the things we intend to do? In other words, what are the things, the issues at hand, the status we have in those concerning the scope of our discussion in our various rooms? What are the issues, the problems we identified, and what solutions have we preferred? Not just the issues, not just the problems or challenges, but what is the way forward, and what are the strategies to achieve this? So we shall be sharing in this room today the things we have discussed so far in our various panels, and I'm sure we are all ready to do that. So I want to welcome us again to this session of the conference. Thank you very much for your attention. But before I go further, I don't know if that captures properly what we've done, or there's something that needs to be captured as well that I've left out. The floor is open. Thank you. Yes, it captures. I thought somebody was clapping. I captured it well. You don't want to appreciate me. Thank you. So that my director has said well done, so I'm happy. Yes, I can hear that. Thank you. No, just sit in one. Thank you. Yeah. Okay, so we are in day 2. We have all registered, we've done recap. So we are going to have presentation of implementation reports. You know, this is not just a talk shop. We don't just come, talk, all the good ideas. But we go back to implement. We go back to implement in the area of policy decision making, in the area of practice, because we are all practitioners in our various fields. So we had a conference last year. We want to see what has been done from the recommendations of last year. We have partners, we have government agencies, we have international and national agencies. We'll be taking a few, just very brief, to see what has been done so that when we go back, we'll be encouraged from what we have this year to really implement, to know that these things are doable, to work on them. So I want to welcome to the podium the representative of USAID, the person of Ms. Lydia Onoha. Mrs. Lydia Onoha, you are welcome, please. USAID Northern Education Initiative Plus.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Lydia Onoha from the USAID-funded Northern Education Initiative Plus project. I would like to seek your permission to lean on existing protocols. Having observed that, I'd like to say that I'm making this presentation on behalf of the Chief of Party of the USAID funded project, the person of Mr. Nuruddin Lawal. So I'm making this presentation on his behalf. And on behalf of the USAID, I'd like to say a big thank you to the Federal Ministry of Education and the organizers of the 2019 Naec conference. Thank you so much for that successful outing. And thank you for sharing the report and communique of the recommendations of that conference. We were able to draw from the recommendations of the 2019 Nigerian Annual Education Conference. We were able to draw a list of recommendations. And at the end of the conference, we were able to draw quickly the recommendations. And as a project, we swung into action by listing out the recommendations you can see on the screen. We listed out 5 recommendations, and these includes teachers should be well trained, where coaches and monitors support the trainings. 2, technology should be used in scaling up education projects. 3, early literacy instructions in local languages should be encouraged by providing relevant instructional materials for teachers. 4, digital tools should be used in supporting education management and teachers' professional development and education management. 5, the government should provide learning resources and leverage on information communication technology and open education resources. So we drew word for word from the report of the 2019 Naec implementation recommendations. And like I said earlier, the USAID project moved into action to see how well we can implement these recommendations. And so the first one we were able to carry out during the COVID-19 lockdown, was teacher training. And in doing this, we started first of all by establishing a digital tablet-based pre-registration for teachers for this training. This gave us the opportunity to be able to verify teachers, qualified teachers who benefited from this virtual training during the lockdown. And so we were able to train, at the end of this exercise, we were able to train over 8,000 teachers in Bauchi and Sokoto virtually using online platforms that includes WhatsApp and Zoom platforms. This is quite remarkable. We were able also to refresh teachers on pedagogical practices, best global practices in teaching early grade reading. So our teachers during the lockdown were not at loss at all. They were constantly being refreshed with techniques around early grade reading. In continuation of the virtual continuous professional development during the lockdown, as part of our COVID-19 response, we were able also to pilot our continuous professional development activities using online platforms for our school support officers. Our school support officers in the states, in the two states, are there to coach and mentor teachers. So our school support officers were also brought up to speed during the lockdown to support teachers virtually. And so this activity was actually Android-based. We use Android-based gadgets, and that includes internet platforms through WhatsApp, text messaging to reach teachers in remote communities during the lockdown. And so teachers were brought up to speed with regard to how to pronounce letter names in Hausa and English, and how to organize learners in pairs, in groups, and also to carry out whole class teaching. How did we know this was impactful during the COVID-19 period? We carried out a survey. We had the pre-test before the training, and we also had the post-test that gave us an overall view of the impact of the virtual training during the lockdown. And what did we find out? We found out that the quality of the content of this training and the organization of the training of the training activities was superb. We were able to produce 216 interactive voice response messages in Hausa for our teachers in Bauchi and Sokoto states. And we were able to develop 54 English lessons for P1 to 3 on early grade reading delivered on mobile phones to teachers. So our teachers, wherever they were able to receive these messages. And we made provision for a feedback mechanism from our teachers. We had well over 11,000 participants who received these IVR lessons on early grade reading. And that, of course, includes 8,434 parents, 1,680 teachers, and learning facilitators were 816. The learning facilitators actually are teachers who take charge of our non-formal learning centers. So we did not focus mainly on our formal schools. We also reached out to our non-formal learning centers. And I'd like to say here that as a project, the USID project established over 5,600 learning centers in Bauchi and Sokoto. And I've been able to train 5,600 learning facilitators who support these centers in the two states. This is just a breakdown of the TV and radio lessons produced. We did not work alone. The USID project did not work alone. We collaborated with some other organizations like UNICEF, Naec. Together, we were able to develop radio programs that were broadcasted in the two states during the lockdown. We also equipped our school support officers through a 3-day digital training on how best they can support teachers. And so we were able to train during this period over 700 school support officers working with our SUBEB partners in the two states. And our training, of course, cuts across gender, both males and females. We ensure that both gender are equally represented in these trainings. And these trainings were digitally carried out, virtually carried out. We also use this training to conduct classroom observation techniques for SSOs. And we were able to gather real-time data that were uploaded immediately. This data is collected to a central dashboard so that the comfort of the room, we were able to access this data collected by our school support officers. We distributed over 1 million teaching and learning materials to schools and non-formal learning centers. These materials were evidence-based materials. And we We also followed up with the distribution of these materials, not just providing these materials, but we followed up with the distribution to ensure that every child, wherever in these communities, gets a copy of the textbooks, and every teacher gets a copy of these textbooks. So we used digital technology to track and trace the distribution and delivery of these materials to the remotest parts of the two states. We also introduced digital technology in the management of our non-formal learning centers. So aside from using paper and pen, we also introduced digital technology to support our non-formal learning centers, and we were able to procure 142 tablets and backup power for our non-formal learning centers. We also got support from the states, from the two states. They were able to also procure additional tablets to support teaching and learning and to scale up in the state. Aside from our coaches, we also introduced ICT for assessment. And so we used the local education monitoring assessment tool, the local education management approach assessment, to classify our schools and to monitor and evaluate our schools. We also had the GALA, which is the group administered literacy assessment, administered for children in P1 to 3 in Bauchi and Sokoto states. So for assessment is also ICT based, and we upload all data collected to the dashboard, as you can see on this slide. We also built the capacity of our SUBEP quality assurance officers and our EMIS officers in the states, so that they are brought up to speed with regards to data collection and with regards to supervision, efficient supervision. We were able to also support NCCE teacher education institutions. We're able to equip 4 teacher education institutions in Bauchi and Sokoto with a state-of-the-art resource room. And so as I speak, the NCCE resource room here in Abuja was equipped just last week with modern gadgets that would enhance early grade teaching and learning, and to serve as a model for teacher education institutions in the country. We also developed and installed TIMI software. This TIMI software is designed to integrate information related to the management of teachers in a comprehensive, accessible, and timely way to users. So as I speak, at the press of some buttons, you get all the data you need for all the information you need for the management of our teachers in the two states. We were also able to carry out virtual TLM development. As a project, the USID project developed early grade reading materials in Hausa in line with the provisions of the National Policy on Education, which we are familiar with, that children from P1 to 3 should be taught in the language of the immediate environment. And so in response to that, we have Hausa reading materials. We did not just stop at that. During the COVID-19 lockdown, we also engaged over 80 writers to develop Yoruba and Igbo early grade reading materials. As I speak, a workshop is currently going on to edit the materials developed. During the lockdown, I like to say that we were able to develop over 380 stories and over 4,000 vocabulary items for different themes in order to get these materials ready for editing. These are just samples of some of the materials that we are currently working on for Igbo and Yoruba. And so for the Igbo version, it is Kaigo, let's read. And for Yoruba, it is Jakakawe, and it's let's read, Mukaranta. So as the USID funded project, we we did not relent in our efforts to move on with implementing the recommendations of the 2019 Naec conference. I'd like to say again a big thank you to the Federal Ministry of Education and the team that actually put together the 2019 Naec conference, because based on the recommendations, it guided our implementation plan. Thank you once again.
Thank you, Miss. You can please still stay on the podium. We have our online participants interacting, and we have people that are here face to face. Perhaps we have one or two questions or comments for her. We can quickly do that, either online or face to face here in the room. So, any comments, please, from the room or questions? Yes, the lady over there. Online participants, you can please go to the chat room and send in your questions or comments while we take those from the room. Face to face, yes, sir.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you for this wonderful intervention in the education sector in Nigeria. I wish to commend all your effort towards getting our education during the COVID-19 or similar incidences, getting it to where it's supposed to be. But my worry is this. Yes, you have rolled out the plans and the activities based on the recommendations from the previous conference. Now, but my worry is this. I didn't see how far you went in monitoring, ensuring that all these plans and activities you rolled out were really effective. To what extent did they achieve the goal they were set to achieve? Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Yes, sir. Honorable Commissioner.
Thank you very much. All other protocols observed. During the lockdown, some other states, especially my state, Osun, we had experience about, we also roll out the online teaching, especially on radio and television. What's the difference that I want to say here is timing. In the Sokoto instance that you displayed, 15 minutes. And like the other participant asked, what was the evaluation? Because of this timing, 15 minutes, how effective would that have been? You may wish to share with us.
Thank you very much, Honorable Commissioner. Please, NI Plus, you can please address that so that we can.
Thank you so much for those brilliant questions. I'd like to start with the first one that borders on how were we able to monitor the implementation of these activities. We conducted field-based monitoring activity during this period to monitor all the activities we conducted virtually. So we're able to gather data, real-time data, that gave us an overall view of how well these activities imparted to the receivers. So we carried out field-based monitoring. We have a complete report on the field-based monitoring activity. Because of the limited time for this presentation, this was not part of, we didn't really elaborate on that. But we have a comprehensive report of the field-based monitoring of these activities virtually. The field-based monitoring team swung into action and monitored all the activities. And the feedback we got was quite impressive. I hope that answers the question on monitoring.
Yes.
And the monitoring is still continuous. It is still continuous. Remember, I said in my presentation that we have a dashboard. So all data gathered are uploaded immediately on the dashboard, such that at the comfort of your room, at the press of buttons, you see information, you get information for each of the local governments where we're intervening and for each of the states. So on the dashboard, you click on Bauchi State, for example, and you click on information about teachers training, about teachers coaching and mentoring. The moment you press the buttons, all information you need will then appear. And then for how effective this was, I guess my initial comment response answers this as well. The report and the interviews we carried out, we also carried out focus group discussions with recipients of these programs. And so interviews, questionnaires, surveys, all were put together to monitor these activities, and we're able to get real-time feedback responses from the recipients of these activities.
Yeah.
I hope this answers the questions.
Thank you very much. Perhaps maybe you give us the link to all this, since they are already available on the public space, are they? So that we can have access to the reports, to the studies you have conducted. We'll have it at the secretariat and we can share with all participants. Thank you very much. Can we give a beautiful round of applause to our presenter,
Thank
Mrs.
you all.
Lydia Onoha, your sister, from NEI Plus. Thank you. You may have you may go back. Thank you very much. So that is to show you that we are working on our recommendations. And I'm so excited that we have honorary commissioners with us this morning. We have heads of parastatal so that you can shape our policy, can shape our plans and our programs in our respective states when we go back. So to that extent, I want to briefly acknowledge the commissioners of education, honorable commissioners. Can you please rise from the states? Please give them a round of applause. Please give them the microphone to just tell us the states they are from, their names and the states. One after the other. Let them introduce themselves to us. The commissioners. Let him talk now. Don't take it from me.
Permanent Secretary, Minister of Basic and Secondary Education, in for my Honorable Commissioner. Thank you.
The commissioners, please, honorable commissioners. You are welcome, PAMSEC. Yeah. Which state are you from, sir? Okay, and the name again? Okay, from Yobe. You know it's far, so you came all the way. You are welcome. Damaturu, all the way. You are welcome. That mic is not working. Please use the one that is working. Let's have the one that can project your voice very well.
Olufemi Agagu is my name. Commissioner for Education, Science and Technology, Ondo State.
You're welcome, sir. Yes.
My name is Patrick Uka, Commissioner for Basic and Secondary Education, Delta.
You're welcome, sir. Your governors are watching, everybody all over the world. Even as you are you shaking? Or you are giving elbow? Okay, knuckles. Okay.
My name is Elizabeth Petkwapu Wapmok, Plateau State Commissioner for Secondary Education.
Thank you very much. The commissioners, yes.
My name is Mohammed Wakil Adam, representing the Commissioner of Education, Borno State.
Borno. Ah, that's my state. You're welcome, sir. Thank you very much.
Good morning, all. I am Mrs. Ngozi Chiori. I'm representing Professor Kanelechi Nwangwa, Commissioner for Education, Abia State.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you very much. So we appreciate your presence in our midst. We are still coming to our heads of parastatals and other directors and every one of us. We are all very, very important. But why we call the commissioners is just to let us to see, because even if you, as a policymaker, if you don't have the political backup to implement, then you are stuck. So now that we have the commissioners in our midst, we are sure that the states will implement according to what we agree on in this room. So I want to say that please keep all these things very close to your hearts. And then later on in the day, please don't move out. We are still going to honor you better as we round up. The PAMSEC himself will come around and honor you very well. And our heads of parastatals, I'm very happy. Anyway, we are all standing, we are all together. We are working with the Honorable Minister for the ministry. We are our arms. So it is our program. So I want to welcome you again very warmly. Thank you. Yes, is there another commissioner there?
I'm actually the Parent Secretary for Education, Akwa Ibom State. I'm also representing my commissioner.
Okay, you are welcome. Thank you very much. So we'll move on. So we are showing us that these things can be done. We have our government agencies that have also implemented, but some of them will, in the course of discussion, they have shared with us what we have done over the years. Our departments, they have implemented as well. But we'll take another example. We have another, look, that is an international NGO for another local or national NGO that has also implemented from last year, Life Builders Initiative. Mr. Joel, please, standing in. I know Delta is doing some things. Oyo and Oshun, you are doing some nice things to ensure that our children don't just stay at home. So I don't know if anyone wants to share with us while they are fixing this, just in 5 minutes. Yeah, it's okay. Okay. So you can prepare that. We can call any of you to just let us know. Thank you.
So we at Life Builders Initiative for Education and Societal Integration, we also took home 2019 recommendations from the Naec conference. And basically, these are the ones we measured on: the use of technology to scale up education projects, the use of e-learning resources and ICT to harness open education, the use of digital tools to train and empower coaches as mentors for early grade literacy, and teacher training. So these are the things, the major take-homes from last year that we focused on to entrench the communique or the recommendations from last year. Now, we at Life Builders, our model is basically to impact the underserved. For the over 7 years, we've been working with two communities, underserved communities, right in the city, in the heart of Abuja, Tagba community. It's just for those of us that reside in Abuja, just beside Area 1. Some of us don't even know that name. We don't know a community like that exists, but they're there and they are really underserved. Mostly, they comprise of IDPs from Borno State. That might also sound surprising to you, but some people that fled from Goza and Bama are right in that community, and they are the ones we focus on. Most of these people don't have money to send their words to, of course, private school is out of the question. So public schools, the LEAs around in Garki are the ones that their catchment area, but most of them still can't even send because afford uniforms and other things to send those kids. So they are just at home, and then we stepped in. Over the years, we've been doing that, and during the COVID-19 period, we seized the opportunity. We have a school, a small school that cater for their needs, but we expanded further and went out to the whole community to just do a community e-learning space, which is what we want to talk about. But before we did that, we had to be sure what we are trying to address. So we did a needs assessment of kids, children, learners between 4 and 15 years, and we found 98% have never had a computer. Okay, so we know the quantum of work involved, and then the needs we have, the volume of computers we need to get to cater for their needs. So if 98 of this population, 98% have not seen the computer or held the computer, that is something that gives us room for serious thought. So we had about 90% that had never learned using a digital device. So 96% had never used internet. 98% did not even know what Wi-Fi is. 92% would like to. Actually, that is the key. That is where we latched in. 92% of these were so eager. They want to learn. They want to know to use a computer. So the challenges are there, glaring. Teachers didn't have the skills. There's no infrastructure. Definitely, there are no computers. Some of these children or learners have never seen used a phone, an Android phone that is easily accessible to private school kids of the same age that they can just browse on and do whatever they want to do. So those were there. So this was our intervention. This is how we came in. I'll show us a little clip and then I'll wrap up from there. So what we did within the period, in the 4 months period, we had a digital learning project, which we opened beyond the school, invited the whole community to come in. We purchased 40 desktop and laptop computers, just created a space for these kids and learners to come in. We trained 200 of them. The target is 1,000. But within that 4-month period, we trained 200 school-age children who had no prior knowledge of how to operate a computer. Remember, about 92%, about 96 had not seen or held a system or computer before, a laptop or anything. And 92% were willing and eager to learn. So we trained about 200. We trained 15 school teachers from the neighboring schools, not just as our school teachers, but neighboring schools as well came in, trained them. We also trained 20 community women. Remember, one of the lessons we learned from last year was to equip and empower mentors that will help literacy, early grade literacy in the community. So if a parent knows how to use a system and has an Android phone or something, it's easy for a child to get familiar with that device and have a knowledge of what to do. So 20 community women were trained as well. Children had significant, from then, the knowledge base was widened, deepened from what we did. Like I said, the target is to get 1,000. The project is still on. When we ship them off the ladder or the treadmill of our training, we pick the next batch of 40 and get them on, because we have only 40 systems and we want everyone to have a system to themselves. We don't want sharing, so that you maximize the time, the 2 hours daily that you come in, maximize the time on your system, know what it is, start up a system, boot a system, touch the things you need to touch, explore e-learning resources, and then know how to shut down the system and go home. So this is what we've done. Our recommendation it's still work in progress, and that is where the topic for this 2020 conference comes in: sustainability. We've started something, we need to sustain it. Remember, our target is 1,000 and more. So building a resilient and a sustainable learning space is what we are driving at, and we will need everyone. It's not just it's a project, pet project we're passionate about, and we're also showing our progress, but calling us to come on board as well. There's a lot more to be done. 2 communities is good, 10 will be better. So international development agencies coming in to support. I mean, funding is one thing. If we have more than 40 systems, we can do more. I mean, having 100 systems means 100 children in that space at the same time. There is enough room to take. If you see the video, you see the space created and all to soon come up. And so the actual target is 13.2 million out of school children should be driven down as much as possible. I know the states are doing all they can to ensure that these out of school children are driven down, but we have in Abuja as well, we have in a small space that we need to work on to make those numbers go down. So that's what we've done in the last 1 year.
So this is just an example of what can be done in the community. And I know we are all from communities. Even the states are made up of communities. So we can encourage community action to tackle the issue of out-of-school children, to tackle the issue of learning poverty. It doesn't have to be on national level before we can achieve something great. So as we go back, look at what we can do within our communities. We have national NGOs, we have community, we have CSOs that we can encourage, we can support them to achieve. So when we do our own little bit in one community, in all the communities, then together we'll have something tangible. Reduce the number of out of school, ensure that they are learning, ensure that teachers are trained, community people are also trained to carry the message forward. We have heard the major things, the issues that they had, they tried to attend to, issue of out of school, non-served communities, ill-trained women that, communities that, children that have never seen computers. You won't believe that in this age, some children have never touched an Android phone or seen a computer. Yes. Just a second. So it's just to show us they did a needs assessment, then they did their intervention, and they will show us a clip. Yes, Mr. Adeniyi, please.
Thank you very much, Dr. Olatunji-David. I'm very familiar with the work of the Life Builders initiative, and I can attest to its efficacy, especially within the displaced community in Abuja. When the challenges in the Northeast came to very high level, there was the need for them to, of course, run for safety. And when they got into Abuja and they occupied, interesting in the sense that they didn't want to go back even when some of their communities had become normal, because their parents now find jobs in Abuja, masons, as cleaners, so the children are now the one that are, the victims of the transfer. They've gotten into town and they cannot regularly integrate into normal school. They can't even provide uniforms or anything. So the Camp David opened, and it became like a succor to that entire community, because the children could come to school in their tattered, dresses. There was no dress code for them. What was interesting for the founder of that initiative was just to get as many children learning as possible. So they just, massively deployed teachers and teacher volunteers in the communities and former teachers from where they were coming from. There are some of the teachers who were also displaced along with their families. So they came in and they managed to engage them in a manner that allows them to continue in their profession, even though they were not, they are not in regular employment. So they saw themselves as volunteers. They were teaching their own children, teaching other children, in the community. And then it became like a very big camp that, when I was really surprised, because regular schools were closed, but they were functional. You understand? So the children that were also desiring to go to school and their own schools were closed were also joining them. So they had a very huge, even kitchen facilities, because they were cooking for the children. So you can imagine how that changed the entire environment. And I really, really think they need to be commended. It was a very good initiative. The second thing I would like to say is, for those of you who are in the states where we are currently having issues of connectivity and challenges of internet, there is an NGO that I'm working with that is deploying systems that are not data dependent. They are going to be deployed in such a way that you can upload everything that you want for teaching. Okay, thank God, I think the video is coming up. You can upload everything that you want onto the system, and the server will transmit using the frequency of the television transmission in that particular area. So anywhere that you can receive NTA or any of the regular non-cable channels, you'll be able to receive the transmission and learning can continue. So you really don't have to worry about whether there is internet or whether people can buy data, and that I think this is a very wonderful initiative. So states that would like to collaborate, I'll be very available at the end of the session. We can discuss and I can give you contacts of that particular agency that would help you to be able to deploy. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Even for live builders, it's not getting funding from government or from any international donor. So within ourselves, we can encourage individuals. Even if it's 2 children you can educate, they are just do something. You don't have to wait for government. Government can also support these communities. It's not just in the theater of a crisis, maybe in the Northeast or where we in the South, where we have any insurgency or insecurity. Even within, can you imagine that within Abuja we have out of school children in teeming number? So not talk of our states. Let us do something. Call for action. Thank you very much. Are you ready now? So tea is served. Protocol, is the tea ready? Yes, so that we can just pick our tea, come back to our seats, and enjoy the video. So it's a beautiful session, is it not?
Between 12th and 25th January 2020, Between 12th and 25th January 2020, the Life Builders Initiative for Education and Societal Integration conducted a field visit to the communities where we work. The aim was to assess the impact of our interventions and to interview on the penetration, awareness, and acceptance of digital literacy in the community, as these are important skills required for the 21st century learning, working, and living. The outcome of the visit gave birth to the Community E-Learning Center, Camp David, Durumi, Abuja, an upgrade to the LBI model of resolving the out-of-school children crisis in Nigeria.
We envision a world where every child and young adult has access to quality education to fulfill their potentials.
My name is Deborah Ogan from Benue State. My name is Michelle Musa. I'm from Goza. My name is Destiny Peter, and I am from Benue State.
At LBI, we agree that education is a fundamental right, and it must be accessible, affordable, available, and adaptable to all, irrespective of economic or gender status. Our mission is to change the pattern of education provision for the underserved population globally by engaging and partnering with relevant stakeholders to create resilient and self-reliant communities. The COVID-19 pandemic has indeed altered the pedagogy of education. Stakeholders must therefore adjust education systems and structures in order to maintain and excel in all parameters of learning outcomes. At LBI, we are determined to expose 1,000 students in our community to digital literacy and e-learning in the next 12 months. Case study shows this in turn will improve the students' capacity to self-learn even in a pandemic and equipped for the 21st century learning. working, and living. The Community e-Learning Center will also serve as a hub for the penetration and propagation of digital literacy in our community and beyond. Students can walk into the center to use resources at their convenience. School teachers and community women will also be engaged, as evidence shows that this group are learning influencers. In 4 months, 200 school-aged children, 15 school teachers from neighboring schools, and 20 community women have all benefited from the computer literacy project with hands-on e-learning training. They are now better equipped to face the 21st century learning, working, and living conditions. Together, we can do more. Together, we can build resilient and self-reliant communities. Between 12th and 25th January 2020, the Life Builders Initiative for Education and Societal Integration conducted a field visit to the communities where we work. The aim was to assess the impact of our interventions and to interview on the penetration, awareness, and acceptance of digital literacy in the community, as these are important skills required for the 21st century learning, working, and living. The outcome of the visit gave birth to the Community e-Learning Center, Camp David, Durumi, Abuja, an upgrade to the LBI model of resolving the out-of-school children crisis in Nigeria.
We envision a world where every child and young adult has access to quality education to fulfill their potentials.
My name is Deborah Oga from Benue State. My name is Michelle Musa. I'm from Goza. My name is Destiny Peter, and I am from Benue State.
At LBI, we agree that education is a fundamental right, and it must be accessible, affordable, available, and adaptable to all, irrespective of economic or gender status. Our mission is to change the pattern of education provision for the underserved population globally by engaging and partnering with relevant stakeholders to create resilient and self-reliant communities. The COVID-19 pandemic has indeed altered the pedagogy of education. Stakeholders must therefore adjust education systems and structures in order to maintain and excel in all parameters of learning outcomes. At LBI, we are determined to expose 1,000 students in our community to digital literacy and e-learning in the next 12 months. Case study shows this in turn will improve the students' capacity to self-learn even in a pandemic and equipped for the 21st century learning, working, and living. The Community e-Learning Center will also serve as a hub for the penetration and propagation of digital literacy in our community and beyond. Students can walk into the center to use resources at their convenience. School teachers and community women will also be engaged, as evidence shows that this group are learning influencers. In 4 months, 200 school-aged children, 15 school teachers from neighboring schools, and 20 community women have all benefited from the computer literacy project with hands-on e-learning training. They are now better equipped to face the 21st century learning, working, and living conditions. Together, we can do more. Together, we can build resilient and self-reliant communities.
So we'll be having the panel conveners on the high table, service table. We don't want to call them high table. And this next session will be chaired by the Permanent Secretary, Federal Minister of Education, Architect Sonny S.T. Echono. He's been ably represented for now until he joins us. He's at another assignment in the office, but he will join us shortly. So we have an able chairperson standing in for him, the Executive Secretary of NTI, Director General, Chief Executive of NTI, is there with us standing in for him. So please, can we have the panel conveners join us? Can I respectfully ask that the next session, that session is over, we can please move so that we can have the front table for the panel conveners so that it will be easy for them. So thank you very much, honorable commissioners. What we can please finish your refreshment. Let me allow you finish your refreshment so we can have them join us. We can look for seats. Some of them are already here anyway. So please relax and enjoy your tea. We have Dr. Shamsuddin Haliru Sidi for panel 1. Can you please come forward? There's still a seat over there. Thank you. Dr. Nguya Fizzi, she's already seated, panel 2. Panel 3 is Mr. Soji Adeni is taking up panel 3. Can you please join us? He'll be presenting for panel 3, but the convener is Dr. Niro Yekale. So Mr. Soji can please come forward when you are done with your tea, or you can continue on your table. Yes, you can please join. Dr. Euphrates Efosi Wose is for panel 4. Okay, both of them, Nira Oyekale and Nguya Fizi, are for panel 2. So either of them can be there. The other can sit behind or beside. Dr. Euphrates she's a bit under the weather. Mrs. Yetunde Oluwatosin, please come forward for panel 3. Mrs. Yetunde Oluwatosin, are you here? Okay, you want to stay there, yeah? And Dr. Modupe Adefeso, I think she'll be joining us virtually. So Dr. Mo will be doing that. But who's one of the panel members for panel 4? You know, she joined us virtually to do the convening. So she also joining us to do the presentation for the conclusion. So I want to hand over. I'll be moderating the session. The chairman, sir, for the panel discussion. Thank you very much. Hello. You can come. Okay.
It's still morning or afternoon. So, honorable commissioners, my colleagues, good morning. Yesterday, when the PAMSEC was going, he asked me to look after this until when he comes. So, you know, there are two things. When somebody eloquent like the PAMSEC spoke, so if you want to be safe, just be very brief. Otherwise, you fall into the problem. So I will be very brief and just to welcome you and extend the appreciation of the Federal Ministry of Education to all of you for having the opportunity to come and making some contribution. So as she has said, we'll allow her to go ahead with the panel discussion while I'm around to sit in for the PAMSEC. But I also have to travel to Kaduna in the next 1 hour. So in my absence, while I'm going away, I will hand over to my other brother, who is a DG NECO, or the registrar NECO, who will continue with the program. But on behalf of the permanent secretary, the commission, the ministers, and everybody, I welcome you to this session, and I hope we will have a very fruitful discussion. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yeah. Thank you very much. Please give me a very warm round of applause. It's not easy to be a chairman. Yes, thank you. And thank you very much. The conveners, I hope you are ready with your presentation and you have communicated with the media. But you know, we have online participants, so we want everybody to be carried along. They have been contacting, they have even been sending chats. Yes. They are watching you as you are having your meal. Yes, it's only we are not sharing meal with them. But thank you. So we'll go for panel 1. Can I call on Dr. Shamsuddin Ali Rusidi to please to present to us what you've done so far? Let's welcome him. You may even sit there. You can project them from there, right? Okay, thank you.
Please permit me to stand on the existing protocol. Yesterday, we had a very interesting and educative interaction with our panel members who have contributed to the sub-theme of panel 1, which is strengthening the design of curriculum, assessment, and monitoring systems. About 5 presentations were made physically, and some issues were raised. And of course, also recommendations were also made. The papers presented, the title of the papers presented yesterday was one, role of policymakers before, during, and post COVID-19 pandemic, implication to education in Nigeria. And the second paper talk about strengthening curriculum, COVID-19, strengthening curriculum and assessment. And the third one was institutionalizing values-based education in Nigeria. And the fourth paper presented was on strengthening the design of curriculum, assessment, and monitoring system. Some of the issues are as follows. One, we said our curriculum was not easily accessible, and that has led to proliferation of some schools operating on different curricula. And then we mentioned our curriculum did not meet the current challenges of e-learning. Then there is also level of and schools curriculum also focus more on academic content, knowledge, and less of soft skills. No good use of high order thinking skills. Unqualified evaluators monitoring schools, then disconnect between curriculum developers, publishers, and curriculum implementers. There is also a forward-working synergy between NCCE and NERDC in curriculum adoption and implementation in teacher colleges. These are some of the issues raised during the session. And then we made the following recommendations: that our curriculum should be made accessible by all, that there should be also integration of ICT into the teaching and learning process. Then teaching and the learning should embrace the 21st century soft skills, that is the collaboration, creativity, communication, and critical thinking. Then support the implementation of science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, STEM, as a prerequisite to 21st century education. Then more attention should be made to contextualize the curriculum, informing schemes of work for individual states to suit the need of the learners. And quality assurance should be empowered to be autonomous for better service delivery. Education officers who are not experienced teachers, at least at level 13, should not be made evaluators. There should be a wider public and private involvement in the development of education policies. Then reactivation of ICEL, Interagency Committee for e-learning, domiciled in the Federal Ministry of Education, should be reactivated. State government should assist in digitalizing scheme of work and lesson plans to address the issues of incompetence in schools. Then teachers at the head and heart of the education enterprise, that government should work hard in building the capacity and motivating the teaching force. And finally, curriculum for colleges of education should be reviewed and aligned to existing project education needs. These are some of the recommendations made.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shamsuddin Ali Rusidi, for that very brief and concise presentation from your panel.
He has raised 7 points. If you think those 7 points are okay, you could adopt them one after the other. If you think they are not okay, we could tweak or moderate each of the points. And if you think there are gaps to be added, even though you are not there in the discussion, please, you could assist us to add the gaps. And to enable you to do creative thinking, I'm going to rehearse those 7 points. Point number 1, there's a need for curriculum review to meet the 21st century. And also in the context of COVID, post-COVID era, the school curriculum needs to be reviewed. It was reviewed in 2008, so it's over 10 years now. That's one. Number 2, there's a mismatch between the school curricula developed by NIRDC and the preparation of teachers' curriculum in colleges of education. In other words, how teachers are prepared in the colleges of education may not be sufficient enough for them to teach some of the subjects in primary and secondary schools. I think some examples might enable you to get that point. There's basic science and technology to be taught in primary and secondary schools, but in the College of Education, there are no teaching rudiments to say NCE teacher basic technology. It doesn't exist. NCE teacher pre-vocational studies doesn't exist. So there's a need. While we're updating the school curricula for primary, there's a need for the curriculum for preparing teachers to be upgraded at the same time. Point number 3, there's a need to deepen the use of IT in lesson sessions. There's a need to integrate IT in lesson sessions in the curriculum. Then point number 4, there's a need to ingrain STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics into the curricula. There's a need to ingrain it in the review. Point number 6, there's a need for states to adopt schemes cultural to their communities. So if you look at the curriculum, it is the responsibility of the states to adopt and to create schemes of work that will suit their cultural context. Number 7 or so, there's a need to reactivate ICEL in the ministry. ICEL is Interagency Committee on E-Learning. I think the Minister of State is taking that up, but there's a need to make forceful recommendation. And finally, there's a need to motivate teachers more in doing their job. So these are the 8 things. Thank you very much. So 15 minutes for conversation, sir. Am I correct? Okay. After that, we'll wind down.
Thank you very much, Prof. And then for other presenters, please put your presentation on PowerPoint in your system so that it can be projected for everybody to see. So that way they can follow better. Thank God we had Prof. that has a photogenic brain to capture everything and was able to recount as if he's the presenter. Anyways, a Prof, we don't expect anything less. So those are the points made. Can we have reactions, please? Comments, questions, and the rest of it. Thank you. This is their presentation. So for other panels, let's have it in your system so that you can just come up and present and to be streamed for everybody to see. Thank you.
Yeah,
we are in a ICT age, not paper and pencil alone.
Okay, once again, good morning, the chairman and the co-chairman, which you will leave in the next 1 hour. The presenter of group 1, that is on curriculum, my own humble observation is the last point that was raised, motivation for teachers. And if we had the Mr. President's approvals by 5th of October this year, we should not be coming up with the last one as if we are suggesting again motivation for teachers. There were a lot that pronouncement was made on. Increase of 60 to 65 years in service. We also looked at the special salary scale. We also look at other incentives as rural posting allowances and a host of them. We should be talking of implementing the Mr. President's humble approvals that were made on that. I think that's what I want to add. Thank you so much.
Good morning, sirs. My name is Tenura Ibrahim from Universal Basic Education Commission. Well, I want to make maybe a suggestion in addition to the curriculum, where Prof had rightly said that there is absence of technical or technology in the curriculum, existing curriculum. My suggestion is what of the issue of computer studies, since now we are in the advent of technological advancement, where we want our children to be ICT compliant. So in the curriculum, I want to ask if there is anything to do with computer studies, where NCE teachers can come out as specialists in computer literacy, so that it can be transferred to our children. Thank you.
I also want to make a comment on this issue of science and technology, especially for our teachers. I think what we need, more than the even inclusion of the science and technology in the teaching aspect, we need the capacity building aspect to be emphasized. Because we have, for example, in my place, National Teachers Institute, Kaduna, we have this SMASE training, which is the strengthening of mathematics and the science education, which encompasses computer science, all the science subjects, and mathematics. This is a capacity building which UBEC is sponsoring each state government annually to train teachers in terms of this improvement. Unfortunately, state governments only wait for that UBEC support. They don't do extra mile. They don't go extra mile to provide additional support for that kind of training. And UBEC can only train 15 teachers per state annually. So, and we have done, even through research, found out the quality of teachers who have undergone this massive training in terms of their delivery in the classrooms and in terms of the successes recorded by their pupils. So I think we don't have to always wait for something to be included in the curriculum. There is opportunity already existing. SMASE, I'm sure Naec has something, TRCN has something. But this SMASE is a very important program, which is the Japanese government started it and has built a very mighty center for West Africa, which is situated in Kaduna. And we have been talking to state government to do more than the UBEC can do. But unfortunately, not much support is coming. It's only, I can say last year we had Kano state government sponsored 500 teachers of science base who came for 2 weeks. And they said when the governor came to see the closing ceremony, he was so amazed and said that again he will send another 500 teachers. Otherwise, we only have the 15 teachers. Currently, Lagos State is undergoing the same training, just only one state. They are currently in Kaduna undergoing the training. So I think, Honorable Commissioners, there is the need to encourage state to supplement what UBEC is doing annually in order to help our teachers to undergo this kind of training. It's very essential, capacity building. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman.
I think just to support what the DG has just told us as well, and because when we're talking of the support that we need for teachers, a lot of people will say our teachers are incompetent, but that to me is a big concern for me, because at the end of the day, we can support teachers by actually contextualizing the scheme of work and digitizing lesson plans for them. If we have lesson plans for all our teachers, when you go online, you can easily see a lot of lesson plans and they can then adapt it to suit the needs of our children. It takes away the burden from our teachers. And you will see that when we have good lesson plans that have been made by private sector and the public sector together, that means we will have good learning going on in every state or in every school. And not only that, it takes away the burden, because that's the way, because in as much as Mr. President has kindly supported us by saying salaries should be increased, but let's give them the tools as well. Because when you give them the digitized lesson plans, it takes away the burden of them going helter-skelter to find content. So all they need to do is to now find resources, teaching aids to support the learning. And so you are teaching the teacher, you are also teaching the students. That is a way to move our education forward as quickly as possible. And it is an international practice. Thank you, sir.
All protocols duly observed. In rather to what some of the participants have said as regards the issue of curriculum, based on monitoring observations, most of these curriculums are not readily available in the schools. And in some cases where they are available, they are outdated. So I'm pleading to the commissioners here. They are the implementers. The federal government can only intervene, UBEC can only intervene, but we cannot intervene in all schools at the same time. So this curriculum should be made available in the schools. If not, they'll be teaching out of context. Apart from that, we should ensure that the teachers are trained on its usage. In some cases, these curriculum are available, they are kept in the store. Nobody bothers to use all this curriculum. And in cases where they were even available, they tell us at times that they have not been trained. One thing is for the curriculum to be available, another thing is for them to be trained on its usage. So effective utilization of curriculum becomes necessary. And just as they have said, the issue of instructional material is a very key area we need to look into. What the children see, they remember. Please, let's make these things available in our schools so that at the end of the day, the teachers will not be blamed for everything. All stakeholders have to come in. We need to make use of the SBMC, school-based communities. They are important stakeholders. Let there be synergy. Let there be partnership so that we get what is needed to our schools. Thank you.
Sincerely speaking, from the way we are standing all this while, it's like we want to limit these our discussions to the basic schools, the senior secondary schools. But I think to go beyond that, to think of what happens to those that will be coming into the labor market. So in the area of curriculum, what should we be talking about? We should be talking about emerging skills. About maybe last month, there was this a conference on ICT in education. The conference is supposed to precede the reviewing of this ICT policy in education. And when you look at that, not that the ministry is not doing anything, the ministry is moving very fast. And I just told my honorable commissioner from Delta State now that last year I was in Ozoro. What did I go to do in Ozoro? The MBTE was reviewing curriculum. And currently, the NUC is doing a similar thing. So we should look beyond the primary and secondary education to moving further to the tertiary education. Because the problem of this country now is majorly the youths who are either in the school or have graduated and with no jobs. So what profession do we put in place for them? Which kind of skills should be reflected in our curriculum? And how do we go about validating this process so that we can make them to be employable? I think that should be a direction for this discussion. Thank you very much.
Bodies are doing the review as you now collaborating with the stakeholders to see how relevant the curriculum should be more in our university so that our graduates will be more readily employable by the companies and other related agencies. So also the NCCE and the others. So I think we only need to emphasize to these bodies that they should go ahead and it should not be limited to a period of time. It has to be continuous. The universities and the other bodies, the NUC, should continuously review and collaborate to see what is needed today and what is needed tomorrow. So I think, Madam, in the TRCN, NEPA, NTI, and other related bodies, NCCE, we should try to now see how do we continuously review and improve our curriculum to make it related to what is needed generally. Thank you very much for the comment, and I'm sure the ministry is taking note of what you have said.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The time for this session is exhausted. Yes, thank you very much, so that we can keep to time.
Okay, give them 2 minutes.
Just one more
Okay.
thing. One more thing.
Oh, you have-
There's one point. The preschool, the preschool, it was omitted completely.
Because the meeting
Your
completely.
presentation. Okay, so it's been added now.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It should be supported by states in terms of implementation and resources. The curriculum is there. The ECC, the preschool, 1 year preschool. That state should give it more attention in implementation. That's
Thank
the
you.
point.
Please ensure it's captured in the notes that will be presented to the House. Chairman, sir, thank you very much. While the first presentation was going on, we have another member of the panel join us, the director, IPRD, Dr. Mrs. Ofogbuni. She went on an assignment. She was here earlier, and she went on an assignment to the ministry, and she's back. Director, you are welcome, please. Would you want to please join us here on the table here? Yes, there's a seat here. Thank you. So we'll have the second presentation by panel 2. Chairman, please. Oh, your group. So you want to wait and hear your group? Okay, thank you very much. They're all your groups anyway. So the presenter on teacher capacity development.
Apologies that we're unable to share this now, but hello, can you hear me? I think that was better. That was okay. Okay, thanks. Apologies that we're unable to share this at this time, but I will share it immediately after the presentation. So this is panel 2, and we were talking about teacher capacity development. And in the group, we had 2 professors, Professor Olive Jagusa. He presented the evidence, and his evidence was both analytical and synthetic, because he had evidence and also from his own experience as well. Professor Joshua Jiboye also talked about the policy environment now. We know that he is also the registrar TRCN. We had implementers from Oando Foundation, Mrs. Adegoke. We also had somebody from Indonesia, Munir Tatono from Foundation Indonesia. We had other contributors, somebody from Dennis. Basically, we agreed that there was a fundamental issue with teacher capacity in Nigeria, whether it's at the basic education level or at any level. So we also, this is now talking about what the issues are. So we said teacher education right now is a bit of a challenge. It's not really fit for purpose for the 21st century. We talked about the fact that the skills that teachers are learning now at the pre-service level, they are not really going to equip kids to be collaborative, critical thinking, communication, and all of those 21st century skills. We also talked about the entry level for teacher training, that the kind of people who apply to enter, even the qualification for entering is three credits or something like that, as against 5 credits for other courses. We talked about the status of teachers, that the status of teachers right now is not attracting the best and the brightest in the society. So those are some of the issues around teacher capacity and competence, because if you have people with very low entry level, it's difficult also to bring them up to speed. And most of what we're doing now is remedial studies rather than continuing professional development. We also talked about infrastructure, that if you want to talk about teacher capacity, it's not just about how the teacher teaches, but also the equipment and the environment for the teacher to transmit the kind of teaching. So what kind of infrastructure are we talking about? And I'm sure that colleagues here will expand on that later. And then we talked about the materials that teachers need to use. So it's not just about the content knowledge that you have, but how do you actually also implement or the knowledge that you have. So the way forward basically is, we said we need to fundamentally reform teacher education, pre-service teacher training, to ensure that the child is at the center, or the learner, let me say learner, because we're no longer talking about just basic education, but the learner is at the center. So however you train the teacher, you should know that the teacher is actually just responding to the learner. So how do you prepare that teacher to take care of the learner? And we'll talk about it in a few bullets now. We also said to enable the teacher to support the students to acquire, or the learners to acquire 21st century skills. We talked about the use of technology as an aid. So technology must also, while very, very necessary and important, must also be context specific and must be relevant to the environment that is being used. So when we say technology, we don't necessarily mean high-tech computers and all of that. We also are looking at the things within the environment that teachers can use to help them to teach. We said that teachers should actually have the capacity to carry out self-study, and as the professor will say, to be able to work in time and space, so that wherever you are able to, and whatever the situation, you are still able to deliver as a teacher. We talked about the fact that teachers should be able to understand and support the different learning types, the different knowledge types, the different intelligences, because people are different. And so you should be able to attend to the child as an individual, not as a collective. So you don't come into a class and just teach everybody the same way and expect that everybody understands. You must meet every child at their point of need. So we talked also about the fact that in-service teacher capacity must be purposeful. So you don't say, oh, this week we are training people on quality assurance, or saying you are doing ECCE. You must identify the need of every teacher and support the teacher to be able to deliver on their own content. Then we talked about assessments. The teachers must be trained to understand how to assess students. Because if you don't assess learners and understand the individual needs of those learners, then you'll be unable to support each individual learner. You must also know that how to support the students to learn by doing, because there's a lot of knowledge out there these days, especially with the use of technology. So it is not the role of the teacher to bring all the information to the learner, but it's to support the learner to also source for information. We talked about they are supporting not just learning in terms of but also about the individual growth of the child as well. We talked about infrastructure, how to strengthen that. We've talked about that. To provide appropriate environment, yes. Okay. To provide appropriate environment for project-based learning. We're emphasizing that today's world, you don't need to make a child cram. You just help them to learn by doing. And all of what we're saying is that there are students or learners need to acquire skills that are relevant for today and tomorrow. So, and what are the skills? We've already listed some of them. Collaboration. In terms of the kind of training, we've emphasized the fact that we should review our curriculum to include things like STEM. So we're not going to repeat that, but we're in agreement. Because if you look at 21st century skills, then clearly we are talking about STEM education. You're talking about people being able to do things, people being able to think for themselves, and people especially being able to solve their everyday problems. So I think that teachers must be in a position to carry out research. Because if as a teacher you're not able to research or understand the way that your learners are learning, you'll not be able to support them one-on-one. We talked about strong quality assurance processes as well in the school, not only to so that you can support the teachers. I know that TRCN has minimum standards. It also has quite a lot of tools. So this will be helpful if they're used to support the teachers. And then we talked about focusing on the competence of the teacher, not the qualification of the teacher, but how competent the teacher is to deliver the training. And ongoing mentoring should be part of teacher capacity building. So I think that I would stop there, and colleagues of mine can fill the gaps. Thank you very much.
So we have the 20 minutes open for people to discuss and make comments and also make contributions. Let me start just to replace by the point, very important point raised by our prof yesterday from Naec in his presentation. You talk about the predetermined attitude of teachers coming to the classroom with already determined mind that these are the number of people who will pass, or these are the number of people who will succeed, and so on. So I want to know, sir, why did the teachers get this attitude? Is it from themselves, or from government, or from parents, or from the society? And if we want to make progress, how do we change this attitude? Because that is what has been affecting our teachers in the classroom. Already determined that this is good for academic. We just without even knowing the details of the individual child, the teachers have already determined the outcome. So I'm sure it must have been initiated from somewhere. And how do we change it so that we give everybody opportunity to develop according to his own specification and the right, not according to the predetermined attitude of the teacher. Thank you, sir.
Thanks, sir. I think our discussion yesterday, we were looking at what we bring from outside before we get to the classroom. The good question is interesting because a teacher is part of the community. If we live in a prime community where we get our strength or our image of ourselves from putting somebody down, then we have a prime culture that is embedded into teaching. So what we need about teachers build capacities to look into their classrooms and identify the knowledge type that they are bringing to the classroom. Look at the intelligences they are going to exhume from the students or the children. Also look at how they themselves learn. Because we as teachers, we teach the way we learn. And so we admit that there are different learning types in a context. Then we will not only be teaching students and children who are like us, but we'll be embedding others doing the process. So when I come to knowledge saying that the way I learned is the only way I learn, others do, then I leave out about 75% of the student at the end of the day. So what I'm hoping to work with my staff at NEPA to do is to help build capacity in our teachers to know that our learning styles, there are multiple intelligences, there are different learner types in a classroom. And so when we hear people say Finland had the best education system, if you look at it, Finland doesn't have a single exam from primary school to end of high school. When you are 16 years old, they test, they assess, they are not testing, they assess the battery or competence you have in their expected outcome. So, but in every classroom or 10 students in Finland, there are 3 teachers in that classroom or 3 test students. The goal is to make sure that at least one of the teachers identify a learning style that the children brings to the classroom and help them learn, whether socially or by themselves or by instruction or by listening to a lecture. What that bothers me is that in our school system in Nigeria, from primary school to PhD, we are lecturing people. A majority of people don't remember what to say a lot. So those who learn by doing are being left out. Those who learn in social context, if they know the teacher doesn't like me, they will never learn from such a teacher. But if there are 2, 3 teachers in the context, they can say, he doesn't like me, but this other teacher likes me, so I can learn it. So we need to build that kind of capacity into our teacher profession so that, and then I was taught by a grade 2 teacher. So my grade 2 teacher taught me only 3 things. Whatever he was teaching me, he taught me reading, writing, and how to use numbers. And now there are people with PhD who cannot read or write. That is not right because we have jettisoned the curriculum. We are not saying bring back grade 2. But I have professor friends who are PhD elementary education. They are child good specialists. They look at children as, have you eaten food before you came to school? So they are advisors, they are counselors. They're looking at the totality of the child. So particularly in our elementary school, the idea that somebody has NC teach primary school is a bad idea, except he see in elementary education, because an NC teacher is prepared to teach a subject, one or two, but a basic education teacher is prepared to teach a child, not a subject. So the growth process has to be integrated into our understanding of teacher education from ground up. So for me, coming to Naec is what I want to see happen. Another thing is, we have a good education system that is called Imagine education. It has been here since the 12th century, and we have never done equivalencies for it. So a child goes into the school system for 6 or 12 years, he or she wants a job, you ask them to bring him a school certificate. Those kind of things are horrible. You don't expect such people to be happy people. So we need to design in our educational system the capacity to generate equivalencies. Whereby you say somebody is in Imagine education for 6 years, is the equivalent of living school certificate. Somebody is in Imagine school for 12 years, is the equivalent of secondary school. They are reading in Ajamir, which is a language. So you cannot just write it also. Let's also bring reward system to associate with the kind of behavior we want to see happen. And we should prepare our teachers to understand this so that they do not condemn and get the prime culture to be the culture of teaching, where you just show up, say, some we fail, some we pass. Once you make out that you do not understand the growth process that is involved in education, which is always a form of remediation. If you already know something, you don't need to go to school. You came because you don't know. So to just make up your mind that some we pass, some we fail, is not a very good philosophy of education. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. I'm not speaking as a co-convener, but I'm speaking as a teacher in Nigeria. Yes, people have been talking about something. Online. Yes. It is possible for anybody to acquire any skill online. But first of all, there's still for that person to establish how flexible, how comfortable that person can live online. And that brings me to the issue I want to raise. Yes, we can take to online. But the very first thing is to teach our people on how to live online. This can be better achieved when it is blended, physical, augmented by e-learning, tutorial video, and all sorts of things. It is after then we can start to stay. We want to put everybody on online training. Training can be at 3 levels: the foundation, the proficiency, the career. So at the foundational level, that is the level at which everybody is supposed to be taught on how to live online.
Thank you very much. I'd like to speak on this issue of capacity building. And what I think we should do is also about capacity discovery. What can build something on anything? You must first discover the real capacity. Let us interrogate the process. There is a school, a college of education that runs the normal course and preliminary studies. Somebody comes in for pre-NC 1 year. In his on his paper, he has 2 credits for pre-NC. He's supposed to, before going for 100 level, pass some other aspects of the subject at Y level. It does not. He goes on. He finishes NC. He gets a job. He starts to teach. After 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 years, he enrolls in a university for translating. He comes over again. He has added certificate. He's a graduate teacher. If you don't profile these trainees, the teacher trainees we are looking for, you will not know the actual intervention you are going to do. You can't compare somebody who does not pass his school SAT and through some other means becomes a graduate, and you are providing the same training for him like somebody who studied particular physics, BSc, goes for postgraduate diploma in education. The two of them are graduates. But we don't profile to know what exactly what they're going to teach, where we're going to intervene. We might not get it right. That's my observation. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have 10 minutes to round up. So, I don't know. Me as the chairman or the secretariat will direct us within this 10 minutes. You take 2 more or 1. So, each one of you who want to talk 3 minutes, you back. Huh? We have you back.
Okay, thank you, sir. So with this issue of capacity involved, especially at the state level, that are from our side, some of these capacity trainings have been taking place. You find out that for capacity to take effect, this is you realize that they give only 5 days or 3 days for training, which I believe is grossly inadequate. Most of the times you go, the first day is registration, second day, third day, only maybe the training takes place, and the fourth day maybe closing ceremony. So it's like we need to set a timeline or time frame for each capacity to take place, and we need to control that. If not, if the issue of lack of resources, we should now reduce the number of participants and have adequate time frame for the training. Yes, because this is the observation we have been making at our own level.
Yes, that's what I have said. If you want proper capacity building, go to the designated institutions. As long as you allow everybody to come and do the training, you will have that kind of problem. But if you come to me in NTI or if you go to Naec, we'll tell you the number of days that would be required for this kind of training. You have been sponsoring people to us. What's massive? You send people and we train them for 2 weeks. And then we accommodate them, we station them, they don't go out like NYSC or something. They stay there. So because you don't have proper organization that will conduct, you invite friends to do the training, obviously you will have that problem. Madam, you want to add one thing?
On what you said, the TRCN being the teacher regulator has a manual that has that. It's well stipulated that it should be minimum of 5 days intensive with the credit units expected to earn at each training. So we have such standards, like he rightly said. If you present your training manuals to TRCN for accreditation, and then you are now picking up the training either with NEPA, then you are getting a way out of it, because you just probably, from your experience of sending this money, is to one will not even want to engage more than 2 days. They just spend 2 days doing like a jamboree. But when you follow the regulations, there are manuals that are there. It will take the well shape, and at the end of it, you'll be able to ascertain the required credit unit expected to be earned by each participant. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. I want to, still on the capacity building issue. You know, when we have people that are coming, we find ourselves in situations where those who are coming, who are supposed to be teachers, and they are the people we want to work on, but you see the people who are there for the programs, teachers. We have that issue. And it's not about the federal government now, it's about the states. You know, maybe I'm a director somewhere because we're going to have a lot allowances and things. I go get my relation who is not a teacher to come and attend the program. We have to look into it. And I mean, it's supposed to be for teachers. That's what we are saying. How do we go about it? The states have to look into it properly. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much once again. It's just an addition. It's just an addition to what we earlier discussed. The capacity training, I think we discussed it in our group. The capacity training we are talking about, we spend more training and retraining. But if we have the right people at the entry point, training a qualified teacher, retraining a qualified teacher, maybe somebody that's entered the college with 5 credits, training that person and training that person will not cost so much. But when we keep on admitting people that are not even qualified, you keep on training and training, you keep on spending, and they will not improve. So let us raise the standard at the entry point so that training them will not, and the issue of training for 5 days does not matter. Because after training, the people that we are trained, we are supposed to go back and sit down and even implement what they have been trained on. They don't need to be trained for 1 year again. It's just a train, maybe an update they need. But when they are very low at their entry point, you keep on talking from now to tomorrow, they won't even understand what you're saying.
I think that's why we should take the template of the Honorable Commissioner from Osun, where I said that people who come through different means should be classified so that their training, their capacities will be built according to what they are, not according to what we assume they are. Thank you very much. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I will give my co-chairman to round it up. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Sure. Thank you for your guidance. And as you proceed to your destination, may Allah give you Allah. Okay. Thank you. I think in conclusion, we will suggest to that panel to include 3 suggestions that have come on board as closing the gaps of their presentation. And the suggestions have been well laid out, please. But I think what I would like to add in the teacher training capacity is to disarticulate pre-service training and in-service training. Please disarticulate that in your presentation. Thank you. I would like to hand over to the moderator to take us to the next stage.
Thank you, Chairman. Please, can we have one house, please, so that we can quickly finish this session? Panel 3, please. Your time starts now. Yes. 10 minutes presentation. Your time starts.
Thank you. Can I have the presentation, please? Technical people. Okay, this is panel 3. And our focus was on strengthening education infrastructure and resources for inclusive access to quality learning. Can we have one house? We're having so much noise in the background. Don't forget that this is an online blended session. People all over the world are seeing what we're doing. I keep telling even the support team. Yesterday, somebody came and handed over a meal ticket to somebody that was making a presentation. This is your meal ticket. Somebody live on presentation. Somebody came again and said, hold on, announcement.
Excuse me, sir.
We don't do that.
Please kindly follow the format.
You have the format, sir.
No, just hold on. It's 12:29. Am I correct? 12:30 now. Is it 12:30? 12:25, sir.
Yes, sir.
So you have 10 minutes for presentation.
Don't
Follow
worry,
the
sir.
format, please.
No
so
problem,
that we don't
sir.
cut you off.
Thank
then
you,
after
sir.
that, we'll have 20 minutes of conversation.
Thank you, Prof.
Thank you.
Thank you. So this is panel 3. And panel 3 has a sub-team to discuss strengthening education infrastructure and resources for inclusive access to quality learning. So we were looking strictly at infrastructure deficit in our schools. And of course, as you all know, the panel is composed of, please move on, of these team members from across, the convener being Mr. Euphrates Wose, and these other people were in the team. We have people from USAID, we have Life Builders Initiative who were implementers, USAID implementers, Dr. Nora Ibrahim, Architect Nora Ibrahim from UBEC, Mr. Ayodele from National Board of Technical Education, and myself from Back to Basics Africa Initiative. And we had a note taker from the Federal Ministry of Education, Mr. Francis Patrick. Of course, we were looking at the schools. This is the picture of the school across the nation in terms of the average school size per state. From the low numbers that you see in Kogi all the way to Imo with close to 1,000 students per school in terms of population. And of course, when you look at that, it gives you an idea of how the classrooms would look like. And of course, if you have to think about what UNESCO called the basic requirements in terms of the average pupil-teacher ratio, average pupil-classroom ratio, average number of students that are supposed to sit on a desk, and then you think about COVID-19 and social distancing. You cannot just oppose the kind of results that can come from data that looks like this. And precisely, this is from the National Personnel Audit of UBEC 2018. Let's move on. Next slide, please. And then, of course, you look at the infrastructure adequacy and functionality. Again, divided across the 6 geopolitical zones, we looked at it. North Central having an average of 43, child per classroom, and then Northwest with 118 children per classroom. Now, when you look at it all the way, only Southwest has what is closer to the recommendation of UNESCO, which is 40, a classroom of 40 children to one classroom. And if you look all around, you would realize that total available sitting space in the entire country is less than 20 million, where we have average of almost 30 million in that particular sector. So it simply means that about 10 million pupils can actually not get adequate sitting space. So how do you now create social distancing when you don't even have the seats? Let's move to the next one. This is water and sanitation. COVID-19 is all about hand washing, cleaning, school environment that is neat. And we're seeing here that only 14% of schools across our federation have access to running water. Only 33% has water at the state level. Sanitation is 26%, and hygiene only about 10%. So looking at this, you realize that we have a very long way to meeting the basic hygiene requirements in our schools, talk less of now expanding it to the, to the needs of the COVID-19 pandemic regulations. Let's move to the next one. Okay, this is difficult for you to see, but I'll explain it to you. UNICEF did an estimation to say if we must equip all our schools with combined water and sanitation facilities based on the COVID-19 requirements, it will take us about 4.9 trillion to cover water, sanitation, and hygiene alone in all the schools that we have in the country. Where is that money going to come from? We all know that, that's more than the budget of the entire country. So how are we going to make that happen? If you look down the line, you will realize that North Central has the highest need of almost 1.3 million
per school in order to have water and sanitation alone. Talk less of having a combined water and sanitation, furniture, and good ambience for school. This is just about pupil toilet ratio and providing toilet facilities for boys and girls and teachers separately. Let's move on. So generally, if we're thinking about improving infrastructure in our schools and the cost of doing this, we already know that some institutions are already engaged. In fact, we had a presentation from our friends at the National Board of Technical Education, and they are talking about infrastructure that has to do with open distance learning, which is using technology, the same one we have been discussing all day. And there is a key recommendation that needs to be scaled up. Establishing e-learning and digital technology platform for basic education subsector. The National Assembly members' zonal interventions and constituency projects could be used in order to encourage IT-based model schools in every senatorial district using funds that are already allocated. Then legislature in collaboration with the executive may need to think about establishing a special education infrastructure development fund that will be in the nature of what we have at the tertiary education, which initially was covering entire education space before it was restricted to tertiary. The next thing is that government needs to think about the current 2% that is going to UBEC with the possibility of raising it in order to be able to give additional support to the state. Next slide, please. You know that 2% of that, UBEC has its own criteria for a 50-50 matching grant at the state level, but some states are not even able to access the 50% matching grant for several reasons. There is a need for creation of data bank of various institutions with deficits in infrastructure so that it is easy for people who need to help to know exactly where the deficits exist. States are also to ensure adequate provision of quality education in their respective state. State that cannot access the UBEC funds should not have any reason to complain about their children being out of school. There is need for education intervention funds to states that will be dependent on the exact number of how they take care of their out-of-school children. Once we have evidence that you are doing something that is positive, then federal government can reimburse you for what you have done, rather than just providing the money and making it like a shopping spree. There is need for a strengthened collaboration and synergy between states, Ministry of Education, and the Universal Basic Education Board. In some of the states, these two institutions tend to work at parallel when they are expected to intervene and collaborate. So UBEC should play a serious role in ensuring that when things are going to the state, despite the fact that SUBEB is their counterpart, they should know that SUBEB and the Ministry of Education needs to be present at the table when interactions are happening so that there is no gap. The next thing, please, next slide, please. Next and final slide. Okay, explore partnership. Again, we just talk about how much money it will take to keep the institutions running. And we said it is time for the federal government, the state government, and every one of us that are in the room here to think about giving back to our basic education. We all went through basic education that was somehow good when we were there, but they are now all dilapidated. It is time, as Old Students Association, as Old Pupils Association, we need to adopt our school, get back to the basics, and ensure that we get education that we got back to the children that are there today. Then government and stakeholders in education, international NGOs, and local NGOs need to work together on the type of model of community engagement, like the LBI model that was shown to us in the morning, to ensure that the community and the out-of-school children can learn in a not necessarily a formal education setting or a non-formal education setting, but a technology-enabled environment that can reach much more children than we currently are able to reach. This was the key recommendations that our group was able to put together, and I can assure you I delivered that in 8.5 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that wonderful presentation. Can we have one house, please? I think we need to applaud him because he's kept to time. Okay, so it's about 12:35 now, or thereabout, and we need to converse for 20 minutes. To guide you, the group raised two key issues: infrastructure deficit, and of course, the source of funding and partnership. Two key issues. And based on those two key issues, they have proposed the deepening of ODL in reducing costs. They've also proposed the e-learning and IT as a penetration to basic education subsector. I think they've also proposed the establishment of an active, please add active, data bank for planning purposes. They've also proposed a shared responsibility between the state and federal government in the context of concurrency. They didn't put it, but please add it. Concurrency of education in the federal in the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. They've also identified working across purposes between, in some states, not general, between ministries of education and SUBEBs, and there should be a way of closing this gap. But we also think of who will enable the gap to be closed, please, in your conversation. And finally, government should create enabling environment for the active operations of NGO and other service providers in the education sector. So the floor is yours. We'll give each of you 2 to 3 minutes for conversation so that others could also converse, intervene. Moderator. 2 to 3 minutes per person.
Thank you very much. So we'll start. Okay, those that have, okay, let's just spread it. We've had some voices. Yes, the gentleman in cap, in blue, yeah. Yes, you. First, the number 2. We just want to, we have spoken. Let's see. We have, yes, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think the presenter has done a very well presentation with regard to the sub team, but there are some considerations or recommendations that I want him to look at for inclusion. First is there is need for increased budgetary allocation by the states. Yes, to meet up with the present challenges of deficit and infrastructural development in the country, which will go in tandem with the 25% minimum budgetary allocation for education as per UNESCO standard. Then secondly, there is also the need for the state, or let me rather say to the state governors or government, to, as a matter of urgency, to assess all the outstanding matching grants that are available in UBEC for infrastructure development and other components. Then there is also the need for increase in intervention by the state in the aspect of special needs education, as well as the out-of-school children that are roaming the streets in almost every state in the country. I think these are my 4 other additional observations that should be included.
Okay. Yes, good afternoon. Yes, talking about infrastructural deficit in our schools, it will surprise you. In our course, in the course of research, when we are going around some schools in my home state, I find out that many schools in the villages, in rural areas, were one block of 3 classrooms. And if you go there, you will see as many students as possible. And if you even ask the head teacher there, how did he manage, the 6 classes, primary 1 to 6? Sometimes they will tell you, primary 1 and 2 are in one class, 3 and 4 in the other class, and 5 and 6. So this is the situation, mostly if you go to some schools in the villages. And also, I evaluate one program with CSDP, that's this program, Community Social Development Project. It helps, honestly, in some states, particularly in Kebbi, Zamfara, and Katsina, because they were the only 3 states participating in this project. My home state, is not participating, And I was surprised because when I went to Kebi and the other two participating states, this project has built many schools, many projects were executed, and it is participatory based project. So I think the state government need to collaborate with this kind of project for them to enhance the infrastructure development in our schools. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that contribution. I hope the states are keeping number 3, please. Okay, yes, please.
Thank you very much. The issue of infrastructure and other requirements as presented by the 4th group, I like to say that there's no one here who will not suffer some discomfort if you are informed that in your former school, your grammar school, there are just 3 teachers or there are 5 teachers. What we have witnessed over time is the parent forum providing additional support, like paying PTA teachers and occasional visitors to school who will go and teach. But there is this model I would like to support that we are exploring in my state, and that is the return of Board of Governors to school. The composition goes this way: 2 alumni members who will be the chairman, the school principal, a teacher will be the secretary, a former principal of the school, representatives of parents who currently have children and was in the school, and representative of 2 religious groups, most prominent, Islam and Christianity, 9. They meet and design process and school governance to support the running of the school. They are the first set of people to be informed that we don't have lavatory. We don't have running water. In most cases, we have a lot of networked individuals sitting there. But when they are not involved, they do nothing to support the system. And these people could be given responsibility more to interrogate the system and look at the profile of teachers. If you are an expert in producing F9, 1, 2, 3 years, they will rise to say, we don't want this teacher in our school. What's your problem? And it also breeds what we define as responsible parenting. Because in this situation, you have people who can interrogate, who can look at the behavioral pattern of a particular student, who can monitor development and outcomes. I think in this, we will reduce the deficit obviously presented here required to fix infrastructure in schools. And that is my submission. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yes, can we have the director EPR&D say a word?
Thank you. Yes, I think what the last speaker described is what we have in the federal system. We have what we call the school-based management committee. In the committee, you have 2 people from, the 2 major religious groups. Then you have a representative of the old students. You have another, distinguished individuals who want to assist. And then they actually help the school. They carry out projects in the school. They pay, teachers. That's a help to recruit more teachers for the school. All kinds of disciplinary issues, from teachers and students, they handle. And in fact, the ministry insists that if you want to expel a student as a principal from a federal school, they will have to look at it first. The school-based management committee will look at it, agree that that child should be expelled before you send it to the ministry for them to approve. If they have not looked at it, the ministry will not approve. So I think it's something that the states can replicate. And it helps us a lot. Where you have a functional school-based management committee, you find that the school functions a lot better than the others. The school has more funds to carry out, most of its activities. Thank you.
Thank you, Ma. So we have that. Yes, the number 4 and 5. And if we have time, we'll slot you in. Thank you. Just make it brief, please.
Yes, I will make it brief. Thank you very much, Ma. From the presentation, there is one challenge we are going to have. I don't know whether it was addressed because I'm sure it's not everything you have presented. I don't know whether during your session you looked at, because we are now talking about inclusive education. I don't know whether the infrastructural provision that it was taken care of, because right now there are some group of learners, that is the people with some special needs learners, that most of the time are being marginalized. So now we have the state commissioners with us. Let them also know what the decision at the federal level is, especially as it concerns inclusive education, so that such provision, such infrastructure provision should be made for them. And let them also know that no child, maybe a school that doesn't have such facilities, maybe hearing aids and all those things, and when the child comes for admission, they will say, no, you can't be admitted. Otherwise, that child will be disenfranchised. Let me use the political language. So please, I hope the infrastructure provision is taking care of the people with special needs. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that contribution. In fact, the topic is for whatever is inclusive education, and I'm sure the discussion covered that very clearly. For special need, not just even people that have disabilities, even special children, people that are in difficult situation, in various things that could cause them to be marginalized, they are all covered. Thank you.
Okay.
Yes, please. Just 1 minute.
Yes.
Thank you.
I just want to add that we know we have deficits in our schools, but we should look at the aspects of effective utilization of the available facilities, maintenance culture. A stitch in time saves nine, and that boils down to the fact that the SBMC, they have a lot of role to play. There is what we call School Improvement Program, SBMC. It's an intervention which UBEC also give money to communities. 10% of the total cost of the project is contributed by the communities, when UBEC now gives the 90%. So please, utilization is key to ensure sustainability of facilities of grant.
Thank you very much. And I don't know why SUBEB chairmen are not here. They were all invited. Because when we talk about basic education, is there? Okay, perhaps they are joining us online, but we asked them to come physically. We invited them specially. Because when it comes to basic education, it's directly under their purview. The state also supports, but then they have the fund to do it. And sometimes even more than what the states have. But it's not to absolve us of the states of our responsibility and say we are not going to do anything. But then that is their own major assignment. So, but then the states, you still have to do your part. Encourage your communities to do their own part so that UBEC can also match the grants that's provided for that in that regard. Thank you very much. Can we have the last, the last speaker? Thank you. And then perhaps we still have more time. The presenter can now react. Panel 3. This is panel 3. Yes, maybe you have any reaction, but someone is speaking to that. Yes, thank you.
Good morning. Good afternoon. Mine is really a general comment picking up from just about all the panel responses I've heard. Infrastructure, wonderful job. I've seen the data you brought out. Now, the concern that the director has just mentioned, I think, is universal. Sorry? Sorry, okay. Yeah, you know, I'm not a teacher, so I'll learn from you guys. The point is, a lot of the issues concerning the issue of teacher training, infrastructure, is really talking to the states. Let's be honest with ourselves. And then I asked the director a while back, how many commissioners physically are here? Yeah, 11. That's 1/3 of. I'm horrible at mathematics, but I think that's 1/3 of all the requirement. So it means that if I'm supposed to gauge the importance that the state place on Nigeria's annual education conference, I think there's a problem. So I think if we want to really be honest, we have to find a way to get the states here every time we're doing this, all of them, physically, because I'm an IT person, so I do appreciate people being online, but how much can you participate if you're online and I'm here bashing your state? I think there really has to be more effort on the part of states, because when we came in, I'm the technical advisor to the Honorable Minister of Education. So when we came in 4 years ago, what I learned very quickly was the states own at least 90% of education infrastructure. It's a very big figure. And I had to learn what concurrency means, okay? So all of this, I think, is very pertinent, that we should be talking honestly and very directly to the states. A director just mentioned SUBEBs. I think that has to be taken into consideration for everything we're doing here, because we're not just talking, we're trying to get this implemented. How do you get something implemented if we're just going to submit reports for somebody to ignore? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yes, so we're going to have the fourth presentation, but it will now, the panel presenter can please react. And then while he's doing that, to let us know that we are going to discuss implementation strategies. So we're going to brainstorm on how we're going to get these things done, that they are doable. It's not a talk shop we are having, but we are going to, it's a call for action. So after lunch, we're all converging before we have the closing ceremony and discuss the way forward. And we have been preparing for this, and we do this every year. And we have our experts that will guide us, and all of us will also make input. Thank you very much.
Sir, where you're standing, there are 3 things that are yet to be addressed that have been raised. One, the synergy between the ministries of education and the SUBEBs, or put more definitively, the synergy between the honorable commissioners and the chairs of SUBEBs. This thing has been on in the last 80 years. I raised it up in 1994 as a director in MPEC, and we took it up to NCE and so on. No solution yet. If it's a political solution, we'll navigate, but we can make input. Commissioners are here, the SUBEBs, some of them are here. So let's assist this conversation. So we promote it either technically or politically. That's one. Two is Commissioner, this is for you people, it will help. Ladies and gentlemen, two, we need to find a solution, either now or propose a strategy. The drawdown of states to the UBEC grant, no, it's not even a grant, it's not. The drawdown of states.
It's a matching.
Just hold on,
Yeah.
Just hold on. It's not a matching grant. It's not. The drawdown of states to the UBEC intervention fund is not a grant. If it's a grant, you don't need conditionality. There's a conditionality that if UBEC brings in something, there should be something to enable it to be drawn down. And the truth that must be told is this. They don't quote me anywhere. The conditionality is not being obeyed. And I don't want to go into details. You all know it's not being obeyed. So is there a solution now? I think that is very critical. The third one is the activation of SBMCs by state commissioners and SUBEBs is very critical. So
If we can converse on that for the next 1, 2, 3 minutes, let's have solution before he reacts. Commissioner, please.
No problem. No problem. Thank you, sir, and colleagues. It requires more or less political solution than we're talking here, because the governor, who is the chief executive officer of the state, determines who gets what. And should there be an imbalance in who has the ministry in terms of status and who has SUBEB? More so in almost all the states of the federation, SUBEB chairman does not route his file through the Commissioner of Education. So that's the plain truth. So whoever is there, if he's not modest enough, or perchance in political structure or hierarchy is your leader, he could choose to do the otherwise. If you are lucky, is your subordinate in hierarchy, he shares his mind with you. What has happened in some states, you find SUBEB even conducting examinations, which is not in their mandate. We had experienced it before our government came into power, that we have to restructure. There should be a review proper in terms of the conditionalities to SUBEB fund. Because if it has been established so for long, we also have to sit down sometime to review. And I think the Federal Ministry of Education has a responsibility in conveying these feelings and discovery to the Governors Forum. That's where how to solve the problem. If the Governors Forum takes initiative to let us look at this paper again, I cannot be looking for drawdown before I take our access fund. And with a light sense of responsibility, I know the era of drawdowns will go away this year, before the end of the year. So that is my reaction to it. Thank you very much, sir.
One more commissioner, then we'll move ahead, please.
Yeah, that's
Sorry.
Delta Commissioner, sir.
Okay.
Delta Commissioner, sir.
Can we say 1 minute between the two? 2 minutes between the two, please. Add and then add.
Well, just to add just one more thing to what my colleague has said, I think in addition to what he has said, UBEC also has a role to play. UBEC has a role to play in this matter. I remember before last year, after obtaining approval from UBEC to spend, all SUBEB projects used to pass through the state procurement procedures. Until just last year, I happened to be chairman of the tenders board for the state. So I was seeing everything that SUBEB was doing. But just last year, they came up with a guideline from UBEC, which now exclude them completely from state procurement procedure. That's now we don't even know what they do, which to me is totally unnecessary. Because when it was going through both the UBEC guidelines and state procedure, it helps for accountability. So why insisting that states, they shouldn't go through the state procurement system? So I think they have a role to play in that.
Thank you very much. Let me make it very short. One, I agree with my colleague that UBEC has a lot to do. First, in Delta, I think we've gone a little bit far that SUPEB cannot present a memo to the ESCO. My name is Patrick Uka, Commissioner for Basic and Secondary Education, Delta. One, SUPEB cannot present a memo to the ESCO. So whatever memo they have comes through me, I present to the ESCO. So for the counterpart funding, I'm happy to say that we're up to date. We have even applied for the next one. Now, if you have 3 billion to spend on infrastructure or other things, when you check the matching of other things that we do in taking care of the schools, We even do more than the 3 billion. But what happens is when UBEC wants to deal with Superb, you write to them direct. You take away the oversight function from the ministry. Good enough in Delta, what we did is that we have a research and planning department who handles contract, and they all come from the ministry. So it's not possible for you to award those contracts without going through us. But where you have problem is other things that happens, you deal with them direct, the action without us knowing. So I think Quebec will have to step up to ensure that at least for oversighting them, you pass the letters to them through us. So by the time you are minuting to Superb, here you expect a revert. So you'll be able to know what is going on. Take, for example, again, which is a political issue. The local government chairman, who is supposed to be paid the salaries of the teachers in the primary schools, appoints the secretary for education. Now the CIEs in the local governments report to the commissioner. The politically appointed secretary for education in the local government would not want to report to the CIE, who is the eye of the governor. So confusion. This will tell you, I own the primary school, but you don't pay the primary school teachers. When you have problems, the state government will intervene and give you money to pay. So I think UBEC should keep us in the know and ensure there's good synergy between us and them. Politically, if you're a politician and a chairman of, as a commissioner, you know I'm your leader. So if you want to deal with it politically, it becomes an ego issue. But when he sees that the notes are coming from the commissioners minuted to you, like the PPEB, you pass your memo through me to the ESCO or to the SSG, and if it's coming, it comes to me, to the PPEB, even when they have executive functions. So I think UBEC has a role to play, and at the same time, we look at the synergy between the local governments and the Superb, where local government appoints the Secretary for Education, and Superb says, I'm oversighting it, and you have one Ministry of Education. We try to use political situations to solve it, but I think UBEC has to do something. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. While we have the concluding remarks of the presenter, I just want us to know that at the Federal Ministry of Education, we are not unaware of the happenings. We won't say tussle but issues between the ministry and SUBEBs. And we are making amends, we are making provisions to ensure that the situation becomes more frictionless, the frictions reduce, and then things can move smoothly. Because actually, SUBEBs are created to help the state, the sector in the state to move forward. So there shouldn't be any form of friction. Just like at the federal level, UBEC cannot present anything to Federal Executive Council. It has to be through the Honorable Minister. And we can see all our agencies, they are responsible to the Honorable Minister. So the same thing should be done at the state level. Even if the SUBEB has more money than the whole state, it is still the tail does not wag the head. So, but then there should be a proper harmonization, proper understanding. And I'm happy that UBEC Director PRS is here. You can take the message home. And then I'm sure they're also working on these issues at that level. So, and one of the SUBEB chairs is also here. From which of the states we have a SUBEB chairperson? Okay, Kasina. I was saying that Kasina is my second home now. You're welcome. Thank you very much. So I know in Kasina State we don't have such issues. Yes. PAMSEC, oh, okay, you are taking over from Alima. Yes, you are welcome. Thank you very much. So maybe as we go on, we will give you the floor. So things should work seamlessly in the state. We are all working towards the betterment of the sector. If you have money coming in from one agency, it should be to improve the situation, improve learning outcomes, improve access to education, improve capacity, strengthen the system at the state level. And then we'll work out the modalities of doing this one seamlessly. Thank you very much, Mr. Sojik. Please round up.
Thank you, Dr. Falake. I think the last 3-4 conversations have actually rounded up the presentation. The key thing for us as practitioners is to note that infrastructure is everything when we talk about schools. I mean, without solid infrastructure, we cannot even be talking about learning outcomes because you can't learn in an unconducive environment. The politics of appointing SUBEP chairs has been there forever. In fact, in some states, they call them the deputy governors because a lot of money comes in and then, they do the kind of things that are really, really, unprofessional. But having said that, I think some states got it right and they're doing very well. And we should emulate those states that are doing very well and talk less about the states where they are not exactly getting it. The second thing is the SBMC. Thank you, Director, for bringing it again to the attention of the states. All states should ensure a mandatory project for the SBMCs. But let me say that the SBMCs works better in urban environments. In the rural environment, you don't find the comfortable, so to speak, old students. They've all gone in search of greener pastures. It's the guy that's left behind in the village that sometimes gets into the SBMC. So that becomes a problem, even reaching out to his colleagues to help the states. That's why I'm saying we need to scale that up and find a way around, using that very rich resources that we have. And all of us in the room belongs to one primary school. I started back to basics from an intervention in Adamawa State. I went to a school in Adamawa State in Bas local government. And I found a school that the first and the second head teachers of that school were white men. One Mr. Bam and one Mr. Goldbrim. I will never forget. But the children were sitting on the floor in that school. And I started to ask myself, that school was established colonial era. How come it will be one of the worst infrastructurally, deficient schools in the state? So it got me thinking, and I started talking to the people in the community, and that's how this all started. So I'm asking you, most of you concentrate on your universities, you concentrate on your colleges of education, you concentrate on your secondary schools, but you forget the primary schools. That's where it all started. If you didn't get out of primary school, you may never have become old boys or girls of the secondary school. So let's go back to the basics and make sure that we help. Finally, I want to implore each and every one of us to understand that when it comes to inclusive education, whether it is as a result of, impairments or any kind of deformities at all that, exclude children, especially out of school children, it is up to us here to ensure that in our local government, in our space of influence, we ask that question. We should keep asking, what about the excluded? What about the voiceless? What about the ones that do not have money? What about the ones that are sent home because of uniforms? All these questions, when we keep asking them, the states will respond, the local governments will respond, CPOs, NGOs will respond, and collectively, faith-based organizations will respond. And then we'll have the problem solved. Thank you very much.
Yes. Honorable Commissioner. Okay, Chairman.
This debate that is raging cannot end here. But I think I would like to give the commissioner just 1 second, and UBEC 1 more second, then we close the debate.
Sorry, I've heard so much about infrastructural development and what have you. I want to ask, am I the only one experiencing it? Vandalization of school properties? Good. I'm wondering why we're not talking about it. Like about this year with the COVID, in terms of contracts awarded, I know we did about 7-point-something billion. But if I tell you what happens in our school, they go into the ceiling, destroy it, pull windows, destroy chairs, and I'm coming.
Excuse me. Hello. We don't just Commissioner.
Thank you. Yeah.
Just hold on. This is not a domestic discussion.
Good.
We have hold on, please.
I started by asking
Commissioner, hold on. Just hold on. You're standing. You have the floor. And I think in a conversation that's intelligent,
we give room to the person speaking. It's only the chair that can intervene. So let's be patient. Commissioner, round up.
Thank you
Then
very
if
much.
I give you
So
opportunity,
if
you
it's
can
an
also-
issue, I didn't see it mentioned. And if it's mentioned, what are the solutions? Like in Delta, I have the focal person with me here. He's in charge of advocacy and mentoring. We went to each of the local governments, to the wards, to set up an advocacy committee headed by traditional rulers. It's helping. But if it's a big issue and it's a national issue, I think it should be mentioned in a situation like this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. I would like to quickly add with regard to the observations made in relationship of the states, ministries, and SUBEBs. Well, I think in summary, this is to do with the act of UBEC, where it said that UBEC should deal directly with the SUBEBs because that is how the act was enacted, right from 2004. But nevertheless, that's notwithstanding for SUBEBs to overlook the control or the responsibilities of the State Ministry of Education. In this regard, I think from one of the analyses made earlier by UBEC, almost 30 states have no friction between their ministries and SUBEBs. So I think the remaining states, as at last year, from our own analysis, is mostly through the political, through political solutions in their respective states. It's not to do with the UBEC SUBEB relationship. It's to do with political solutions at their respective state. Secondly, sir, there is one point you raised about the conditional grants. Out of the grants that UBEC disbursed to states, it's only one that is conditional. That is the matching grant, which is 50% of the 2% consolidated revenue fund, which is a block grant received from federal government for onward disbursement to states. But apart from that, there are other grants that are non-conditional, which UBEC had been disbursing to states. And I wouldn't say quietly because it's like most of the commissioners are not aware. It carries about 46% of the 2%. So it's only 50% that you're talking about that is matching grant, which is root infrastructure. But there are other conditional grant, non-conditional grants, I mean, like funds for special education that are being released, fund for teacher professional development for capacity building, which is about 14%. There's also fund for imbalance education program for all out-of-school children, which are being disbursed. And there are a lot of other funds that are being released. So please, the state commissioner should be able to know. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Please, we want to wind down and go and get on to the next panel, which is panel 4. Please, can we have one house so we can summarize? As a chair, I'm going to summarize, and please take it very seriously. We've listened to panel 3, infrastructure, 2 major issues, deficit and source of funding. All other things support the improvement of infrastructure, and we should put them into account. Sir, in your submission, put them into account. But more importantly, I would like to say something with all modesty. I hate to say what I want to say. We started UBEC through MPK in 94. I was director of monitoring for the whole country. I was part of preparing the decree in 94. I was part of revising it when I came to UBEC. That building, I started the building. I was the first person to get in there. And this raging debate between relationship between the political hierarchies in the state at the community level, commissioners and chairs, have been there, and we solved the problem. We know the act is there, and it says infrastructure relationship between various tiers of the infrastructure in the act, starting from UBEC to SUBEB, which used to be SPEB, to local government education authorities. It's been there. The people that would throw the modality of implementation is UBEC. And we did that in 1997, and it worked. So how do you provide infrastructure of relationship between the Honorable Commissioner and the chair of the board? Please go back to institutional memory. and replicate it if it's not there. But I'm sure it's been there. It's the manner of implementation. And we did say, just at the federal level, where the Minister of Education reports to Mr. President, and then the parastatals within education report to the minister. That was the operational modality we brought up. It doesn't contradict the act in any form. For instance, I'm sure I was appointed by Mr. President, but I report to the minister. Now, at the level of state, the act says the state governor appoints the chair of SUBEB. Now, the modality of implementation is to be drawn by SUBEB for guidance of the states, that the chair of SUBEB reports to the governor through the commissioner. It doesn't contradict the act. It doesn't at all. So please, you take it back and exhume that beautiful text and make it forward to everybody. And let me also tell you, in the North, I don't know, I'm a Northerner by culture. I've stayed there 35 years of my life. If you go to all the northern states, there's no disharmony. Am I correct? Koba. In general, there's none. I say in general. But it's more contextual. But it can be resolved from what I've said. So let's resolve it and assist them to implement the acts of the law. And the law had changed a little bit. In our own time, it was strict law. The composition of the board was uniform by law. But now, it varies from state to state. But that's not the issue. Whether you have 5-member board or 3-member board is not the issue. The issue is the relationship. And so please, let's take away from here that UBEC should assist the states in bringing up modality of operations in relationship. We are talking of due process, we are talking of procurement process. Look at data is working and so on. Look at this man, my friend from Kasina, and his permanent secretary, representing the commissioner. Very beautiful hybrid. They understand it. So let's help them. That is why we are here. And of course, our supervising ministry is also here to give the overriding standards from the ministry. God bless Nigeria. God bless everybody.
Thank you very much, Prof. You have said it very aptly. But the situation we have underscores the need for proper sector planning in our states. If we have an analysis of the situation, you look at the resources available, SUBEB, partners, the state, you have estimate of projected income that you are having. You have your expense. You'll be able to harness all the resources within your state and plan properly. You make them more accounts. Not that you are going to say, okay, bring your money, but let's know how much is coming in. If you have proper channel of doing this, when you are doing your state sector plans, it's not just the ministry that will do it. It's not just in the governor's office. It's not the governor who just say, okay, education, you have 10 billion, or you have 2 billion, 100 billion. What are you giving money for? You should be able to have, even if you don't have all the resources, there should be a plan for the next 3 years. So it is for us here, honorable commissioners, to go back to our state and look at how we are doing things, so that we'll have a proper strategic plan for our sector. You know how much is needed to fund the plans we have. You know how much resources you have available. They will have to declare. They don't have a choice. You know all the grants, and then you also have to be on top of your game. You don't have to rely on your SUBEB, come and tell me. You have access to UBEC. You have access to the ministry. We have all this information, so that you can now sit down, plan, and then it's even for their own good, because they will be able to go a long way in utilizing the resources available to them. But if there's no proper plan, just say, I go and bring all the money. How should I bring my money when I don't know how much even you have? You want us to share. There's goodness in sharing, but you are keeping your own and say, I should go and bring my own. So all of us will plan, and then we know how much is available to us, and then we'll be able to make use of all the resources. Then when FUBE money comes, we know that yes, it's blocking this gap. Ministry money comes, is blocking this gap. And then even partners, they'll be able to intervene properly in our state. So thank you very much as we go forward to a better sector at the state and national level. So we'll have sub-theme 4, the final panel presentation. And we are having the convener online for her presentation. Thank you. Yeah.
Great. Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be here. And it's been really wonderful and eye-opener to listen to the conversations that I've held before this breakout panel session review from panel 4. My name is Dr. Modupe Adefeso Olateju, and my job is to share with you the key takeaways from the panel 4 discussion, which was held yesterday, titled Fostering a Culture of Innovation in Education Planning During and Post-COVID-19. I think it's important to start by letting you know who the speakers in the session were. We had the key evidence holder was Dr. Rebecca Winthrop, who's Senior Fellow and Co-Director of the Center for Universal Education at the Brookings Institution. And the other distinguished panelists, Mr. Chinenye Mbauzoku, Mr. Isa Abubakar, Dr. Flora Aderogba, Mr. Matthews Ngangiozo, Mrs. Adibola Fashanu, Mr. Mohammed Mahmoud. So very quickly, a background to the conversation. It was important for us to set the scene. One is clearly global and local shocks that have been caused by COVID-19 and the ripple effects of that. Also local unrest in Nigeria amongst particularly the youth populations. Persistently low levels of educational access, quality and relevance, which we saw even before the pandemic broke out. And therefore a need to rethink the direction of education in our country and an urgent need for innovation in the education sector. We also focused our conversations on the cross-cutting issues. There are 4 of them that I believe cut across all the different panel discussions: the capacity development of educators in a technology-driven education system, partnerships to improve inclusive access to quality education, particularly for children who are out of school, and funding for increased access to technology-enabled teaching and learning. And finally, and very importantly, governance, responsibility, and accountability in the nation's education system. So I'll start with the first key takeaway, which is the urgent need for us to begin to convene stakeholders across the country. There was the decision that we needed to prioritize stakeholder conversations, which may either be organic, such as the ones we're having here today, and driven by a shared interest to innovate, or which may be fostered through demand-side movements, movement building that forces that critical dialogue to occur. I think we're already beginning to see some of that happen. I think the establishment of judicial panels across the country is one such outcome of that demand-side movement building that has happened also quite organically. Secondly, is important and related to that of tapping all education allies, including parents, of mapping and leveraging alternative and additional resourcing channels that various stakeholders bring to the table, bearing in mind that both financial and non-financial resources are required for us to evolve and continually prioritize innovation in the education sector. The next key discussion point and a set of takeaways, which are very pragmatic in design, was the importance of planning and how we might be thinking about planning going forward. And so as we work towards transformative change, it is useful for us to embrace the principles of improvement science and implementation science. Now, rapid changes that are caused by massive digitization and global shocks means that planning must become a living and iterative activity, which incorporates policy implementation, rapid feedback that is based on data and evidence, and an inherent ability that ensures that our plans can be adjusted as rapidly as necessary. This agility and flexibility requires boldness and courage. And I think that we've begun to see that. The fact that I can be here presenting to you remotely shows that our system can actually be quite agile when we decide that it should. Secondly, is that crisis management must be infused into education planning. Monitoring and evaluation of program implementation must be done not just as a comparison of our outcomes to our expected outcomes, but must be done vis-a-vis what is important for the country. And how do the various programs and initiatives that we implement line up with our national development plans? Thirdly is the importance of prioritizing joined up planning for evidence generation, because this enables cost and benefit sharing. When different institutions, different agencies, and when different ministries are able to collaborate to collect data, they can share the cost and they can share the benefits. It's also important in the year 2020 and going forward that data becomes easily accessible and that data collection becomes cultural to every state. I think we heard quite clearly about how it is that some states are referred to as orphan states because they have no one to help them when it comes to the collection of data. But I think that there are mechanisms that we need to adopt to ensure that within existing systems for each state, the collection of data is prioritized. And finally, under this point, is the urgent need for us to identify who our learners are and the need for us to understand their demographics. The easy way to do this is by attaching unique identifiers that enable planning per child to occur. This would also address the persistent challenge that we have with budgeting per child or per capita in the education sector. And so one example also that was given was that of the ease with which we can merge our monitoring, learning, assessment data collection processes with our annual school census data collection processes, both of which happen at state level and are collated at the national level. And what that does immediately is it helps us to know which of the children are within our education system and how they are performing vis-a-vis to the allocations that are made to them and also the amount of teacher effort that is in that process. The third point, our third discussion point here, is around education management information systems, data and technology systems. Now, I think that we know that this is the year of all means all, the UNESCO mantra for this year. And therefore, technology should be designed to democratize access to teaching, to learning, and to data. And technology should enhance the systemic capacity to absorb learners. So it's no longer tech for tech, it's tech for the purpose of access. And that is access to good teaching, access to solid learning, and access to meaningful data. And there is need for us to morph from an overwhelming focus on brick and mortar to the spaces where learning actually occur. And there was a comment around the TED Fund, for example, needing to review its mandate perhaps and focus increasingly on remote access to learning so that more children and young people have access to opportunity. We also discussed the importance of prioritizing joined up policy planning for evidence generation. I've mentioned this earlier, as it enables cost and benefit sharing. Real-time data collection was also a very important thing that emerged, and this must become known. And the move towards digital collection of data within the Federal Ministry of Education, as we learned, I think is quite a positive one. We talk again about open access and making raw data easily accessible, especially to policy planners and to researchers. Again, the importance of data collection needing to become a norm in every state and not just for states that have some sort of donor support. I've talked about the importance of identifying who our learners are, but I think underscoring all of these elements is the need for independent audits and validation, because what these do is they make the data systems more accountable and more transparent and ultimately more reliable for utilization. I think the next point here is around preparing to leapfrog, and the key discussion points here are, first of all, the reality that we're still in a COVID world. And as we live in this world and as we prepare for a post-COVID world, the issues of access, quality, and relevance need to be tackled simultaneously and not sequentially. I think this is really the root of some of the challenges that we face in the education sector in Nigeria, in thinking about access to education or access to schooling places, and then going back to think about what the learners are learning and how do we measure that, and then thinking about how relevant is this education for the promotion of sustainable livelihoods or access to decent work. So simultaneously is really the way forward. Teaching and learning needs to be more student-centered, and we need to focus more on the needs of the learners rather than the needs of any other stakeholder within the education sector. We also need to recognize that learning needs to become increasingly individualized. Indeed, this is already happening. And whereas certification is valuable because it is a measure to some degree of competence, soft skills are also increasingly important in today's world and should be prioritized as well. We also see technology as a means by which we can augment and substitute. And so, for example, when we identify excellent teachers, we can create opportunities for them to serve thousands of learners and not just the 30 or 40 that are physically in their classrooms. Again, a huge need for us to focus on results, use technology to focus on results, and not just inputs into the sector or activities around those inputs. And so the big question here is what works? And can we prioritize what works through evidence? And so technology and data must be used to learn, to modify, and to redefine processes and position the system for results. Now, we know that teachers are a critical school-level input. Indeed, they are the most important school-level input that is related to student learning. And so they require ongoing capacity development for a mindset shift regarding the role of technology in learning, and also regarding their capacity to use technology within the context of the classroom, whatever the classroom is going to look like in the next few years. Increased diversity among people and places is another very important theme that emerged. We need to use technology to widen the pool that children can learn from. So we widen whom children can learn from, and we also widen the spaces where children can learn. It is very important as we think about this, that we recognize that widening access means that we are promoting access to children who are also traditionally excluded from the education system on the basis of their gender or their disability or their socioeconomic classification. And so technology really does need to help us to promote access and also access to learning spaces, access to learning and learning spaces. And finally here, it is important for us to create more jobs. I think that goes without saying, for us to ensure that we not only become sustainable as a country, but also that we remain globally competitive. And therefore, we do need to ramp up our investment in technical vocational education and training, and also in the capacity that we have for STEM. So I'll stop at this point. I think I may have used my 10 minutes, but these were the key highlights of the conversation on fostering a culture of innovation in education planning. Thank you.
Afternoon, everybody. I hope and I think you're not carried away by the way my friend and sister presented those discussions. And I'm sure as she was doing that, you were also taking notes to ask your questions for a good conversation. The good news is that we have about 20 minutes to do our conversation. But I think, Woduko, what I'm going to try to do, if you're listening to me, is to try to summarize in 5 sentences all that you've said. And the good thing is that you've captured the key issues and the takeaways. And by the way, the takeaways are the key recommendations in the other language. I think the first key issue is the shock brought about by the COVID on the educational culture of planning. There's a shock. And this shock can be expressed in partnerships, in funding, in governance, in monitoring and evaluation, of course, in the IT penetration, in planning. So these are the key things. And for each of them, she's made a recommendation that will capture closing of the gaps. I think, having said that, I would like to also emphasize that one of the cultures of planning, which we've been talking about in the last 30 years or so, is to reduce cost of planning per child. Because so we don't cost vicariously or make our costing nebulous, but to make it cost per child for it to be more concrete and definitive. So having said that, Modukwe, I guess that is that her name? Is that Modukwe? Is that her name? What's her first name? Okay, Modukwe, you're listening to me. I've tried to summarize what you've said in about 5 sentences, as in our culture of a presentation. And I'm going to give the floor time to ask questions. You take notes. They will give you some time also to react. They will make of the culture of what we intend to recommend. So, and to make it more generic, please, moderator, take note. I'm going to take 4 people first and give each of you 3 minutes so we can gain time.
Wonderful presentation of the session yesterday. And at this point, I would like to say that since we are planning post-COVID-19, we also must look back at some of the reason why we got the shock that we got. The reason was because no one in the world was expecting COVID-19. So it's normal for us to get the kind of shock that we got and for partnership and funding to be difficult. But what will happen to us next is what we need to talk about now. If, as the cases are rising again, we should face another, situation with the pandemic, we have several countries now that are on second lockdown, and what are they doing differently, and what can we do differently? Sakefa had made a recommendation during the crisis to say, how can we keep our schools open during COVID-19? That should be one key thing that should be on our minds. If we'll go by the NCDC, Nigerian NCDC, yes, that's it. The NDDC keeps coming to our heads now because of so the NCDC and the challenges that they face in communicating to us what is going on around the country. We know now that as we speak, the epicenters for the COVID-19 is Lagos, the state in which we are now, FCT, and Plateau State. That's 3 states out of 36 plus 1. So if the epicenters are those 3 states and they increase, say 10 times what it is today, and we decide to lock down, lockdown should only affect those states where we have the high epicenters. What it simply means is that about 30 to 35 or 32 will be able to continue education using the strategy of the recommendations that we have of keeping to the basic hygiene that will keep the schools going. Then in the states where it is high challenges of cases, those states will now again go down and say, how many local governments are the epicenters? In Abuja, maybe it's Abuja Municipal, maybe it's Buhari local government. We will now isolate those 2 and shut down schools in those 2 areas and deploy technology. That way, as we deploy technology in only the states that are seriously affected, the cost of technology is seriously reduced. Every state can now afford it in only the places where it is serious epicenters. And partnerships can happen based on that. But then all other states that are not reporting serious cases continue to observe basic hygiene, and we can continue to have education and keeping children in school. That's what UK is doing now. That's what France is doing, and their children are learning despite the challenges of COVID-19 resurgence. Thank you.
Once again, the presenter, thank you very much for your presentation. I want to talk about your area of in the panel discussion. Now you are talking about innovation in education. Yes, it was quite overwhelming, the situation we found ourselves, because we were never prepared for that kind of a situation. But innovative way of going about learning during such a pandemic. Now, we have to be mindful of the economy. Let our innovation be economic driven, so that whatever innovation we are bringing into the learning environment has to be relevant to the economy, especially the industry within us and around us. So we have to think about reviewing the curriculum to make sure that the new system of delivering lessons during such period will be beneficial and be relevant to the economy. That is one. You talked about data. Now, I want to share one experience. I have a sister in Lagos. She owns a school. She called me one time and asked me that UBEC came to do one monitoring in their school, in the schools in Lagos. I don't know where, I think they went around the country. So she now called me and asked me, what do they really want? We find out that different data are being rolled out for different situations. They want to know why this data is being required. And that will now depend on the type of data they will give, which is not going to help this country. I believe that there should be one data. If you are talking about school enrollment in any part of the country or in anywhere, it should be school enrollment, not because they want to improve the infrastructure or because they want to train teachers, you now roll out different data. So I believe that we have to speak to our data management system. Let them roll out data that will give us, that will be relevant at all times, no matter what is going to be used for. Thank you.
Recall that if you take more time, you reduce the time for others. Number 4, number 3. Then we'll come back. We'll come back to number 1. And then, yeah.
Yes. My own focus, I will just focus.
Hold on, please. We take number 3, then we take Professor, then we'll get back to Mudukwe. Okay.
I'll focus on the area of innovation as per funding for the sector. Because if you are talking of innovation, and we have to critically look into the areas of funding. I know severally it has been discussed that the education sector needs a banking system, a standalone banking system, education banking system that can support the sector. And this has been discussed in the past seminars, conferences, that we should also look into this issue. I know most of the existing banks are not very comfortable when you speak of having a standalone education bank. So we have to look into this and let us come together and put us together and ensure all over the world, you can Google it. Developing nations, they have a standalone education banking that supports the sector, that supports research, that supports the technology, that supports the publications. But it's not, even for example in Nigeria, we have banks for industry, banks for agri, bank for mortgage, for the housing, but why not for education sector? So we should look into it and make it a strong recommendation. Thank you.
By the way, Prof is the DG of NEPA. Prof, sir.
Mine is a question to the presenter as well as to all of us. When we talk about innovation, sometimes it's always nice to also remember the things we have missed on our way. We are talking of data collection, data management, but we are not looking at the instrumentality of how we can move this big data. As well, seen during this presentation, we had a lot of communication breakdown situation. This country has built a system, a Naec system that could have served us effectively this time as a backbone. And the federal government at some point sold out these instruments of state to individuals that we don't know what they are doing with today. We had laid fiber optic technology from Lagos to Abuja to Kano, and from Mina to Abuja to Yola. Can we now ask the federal government to piggyback and get back this technology, which is fiber technology that allow us to move mass data and begin to branch out to states in such a way that we have the capacity to cope with whatever emergency comes? Is that not a form of innovation in terms of piggybacking on what we have done wrong that we can fix and begin to build on it?
Would you like to react to the questions and comments in the next 5 minutes?
Thank you very much. I think those are excellent reflections on the conversation that we had and also on the action points that are emerging. I think one of the first points to make, I think in response to the first responder, is that question of whether we keep our schools open or not in the likely event of a second wave of COVID. It's not my position to adjudicate on what we do, but it is my position to say, what does the data tell us? So to what degree and extent are we collecting data? Do we know how many children, for example, were afflicted by COVID upon resumption to school? Are we collecting that data real time? Do we know whether the infection rate is higher for those children than for the children who are not in school? For me, these are the sorts of data that help us to make informed decisions rather than emotional decisions. We also must recognize that there are positive externalities to children being in school. Children are in a somewhat safer space, when they're in school. Children have less likelihood of being abused, domestic abuse, when they're in school. And so there are definitely externalities that are positive to being in school besides learning. And all of this must be factored into our thinking around how we respond to a second wave of the COVID virus or the COVID pandemic. And I mean, at this point, I'm also going to welcome any one of our other panelists from that session to make their comments as well. But very quickly, to the second question, whether our innovation, I think there was a question on our innovation being economically driven. I think absolutely. I mean, we innovate in order to solve problems, isn't it? That is really the essence of innovation. It's so that we can address issues that afflict us or affect us, as a society. And so I am very interested in seeing how we can begin to think innovatively. It's not just about, developing innovations per se, but it's also how do we evolve a culture that is innovative. And when we look objectively at the states who are able to provide access to ongoing learning for their children during the worst phase of the pandemic, we will find that these are the states that prioritized innovation very quickly. These are the states that decided that they were going to explore radio technology, which is low-tech, paper packets to children. We even saw the federal government, providing access to a data-free website so that children could pick up curriculum material. At the state level, we saw that there was a distinct, marker between those who were able to respond quickly and those who were not able to respond quickly. And that really is the essence of having a culture of innovation. It helps you to pivot as quickly as you need to. And I think that there are many pockets of good practice for us. I personally was astounded when I had an opportunity to make a presentation to education policymakers in a particular state. And I was of the opinion that I was going to be speaking to 70 people. And they, unbeknown to me, have thrown it open to education officers and other members, of the ministries, departments, and agencies of education in that state. And ultimately, I found myself training 10,000 people remotely, and all of them, 1,000 people, 10,000 had signed up, 9,000 could not get in. And the eagerness with which they wanted to learn, the eagerness with which they were able to purchase the data and get onto the call was really, really heartwarming. So I think that there's a lot of movement being made, around adapting, technology, adapting to technology, and it becoming more mainstreamed in our lives today. So yes, technology should solve our local domestic challenges. Harmonized education database, absolutely. We do need to have one education database, and it is my hope that as we move from the 2007 policy around MS, to a more current and relevant one, that we understand how it is that technology enables us to provide access to data that is honest and truthful and accurate at all points in time. And it also begs the question, states that are currently not collecting data, how exactly are they planning? Does it mean that there is no planning going on? I think that these are uncomfortable questions that we need to ask at a forum like this. The issue around the education bank, I'm happy to announce that one actually does exist already. EdFin is an education bank. It's exclusively it was exclusively established for the education sector to meet needs in that sector, and has begun to do some incredible work. I also know that there's several banks that are taking their education portfolio way more seriously. But again, there's the question around incentives. What sort of incentives exist to establish an education bank, and who ought to champion the efforts when it comes to providing these sorts of services? The private sector has already begun. Is there a role for government? And I totally endorse the idea of leveraging extant technology. And when we talk about fiber, I think that this really represents low-hanging fruit for us, and an opportunity for us, as you rightly said, sir, to piggyback on the technology that currently exists. I'm not sure if Mr. Chinenye, who joined us remotely, Chinenye Mbauzoku, is on and wants to make some comments, or if other members of the panel who are there, you want to make some comments as well.
Thank you, Mo. Very well spoken. I will just amplify a couple of the points that you've made. I hope I can be heard very well. The first is that it's really important for us to not conflate the issues of internet connectivity and connectivity as a basis for delivering virtual learning, and that's not the case. You don't need to be connected to internet. In fact, 80% of the learning, if not more, that will take place within a school environment will be done without the internet. And the way that you do this is simply to create local area networks or wide area networks, which are completely dependent only on radios, not connected to the internet in any way. And you can have all your content locally, including a learning management system, which allows you to actually track the students' performance, teacher performance, and deliver lessons within a classroom. And the way to think about it is very simple. If I take my laptop and I load on it lessons for every single course that there is imaginable across all the levels of education, my single laptop, which can carry the entirety of Encyclopedia Britannica, as well as all of Khan Academy and any other content that you want to put onto it. And I take that laptop with a projector and go to my village and connect to a projector, which costs less than 60,000 naira in a darkened room. I can teach and learn using technology. I can bring the reality of climate change and all sorts of other things, the entirety of National Geographic and all this free content into that environment. And the same thing scales through to a university. We do not need to have fiber. We do not need to have internet in order to convert to bring ourselves to the point where we can teach, we can bring technology into education in premises in schools. Where the connectivity is important has to do with when you want people to learn from home, for instance. In that case, there's already a lot of programs. I know that the NCC has running a program, Rural Access Network Program, and funding programs for that sort throughout most of northern Nigeria. Those things are terminating in places that are called knowledge access centers and venues, and have been so for the past 10 years. The question is, how do we then make those things aligned with the location of our public schools, particularly? In the southern part of Nigeria, fiber rings exist. The private sector has adequately covered a large part of this area with fiber rings, and so it's an extension. So the technology is really not the problem at this point. The connectivity really isn't even that much of a problem. We just need to have the right people designing this, and let's not think that money is the obstacle to making this happen. The connectivity people who want to send that connectivity are looking for where to put it into, and in most cases, they want to terminate in places where they have a lot of traffic. So there's no, for instance, Google found that one of the largest hotspots for connectivity in Nigeria was at Apti University. Not in Lagos, but in Apti University, because the entire university, the secondary school and everything that surrounds there makes intensive use of technology, particularly internet connectivity. So I wanted to get that off the table. The second part is about data. And I think it's very important for us to understand that in the current framework of the 21st century, we cannot be collecting data periodically, annually. An annual digest is no longer the way to go. The technology allows us to collect this data every single day. And we can do so using mobile phones. A simple mobile phone can take a picture of a school environment, can annotate it, can take a GPS location and report that dynamically into a database. We should not be thinking about waves of people going out into the field to go and do research, particularly if it's quantitative research. You're really just trying to understand what kind of assets do you have in place, what's the status of those assets. For goodness sake, if we can share pictures of our children being born or babies being born in villages, if we can take pictures of us at parties, certainly we can take pictures of schools and school infrastructure. This is not something that we should lock ourselves into, where we are not using agility in terms of our data access. It shouldn't happen once in a while. And lastly, on the data point, NIMSI has already created the infrastructure for digital identity. What we need to do as the Ministry of Education or as education planners is to insist that the most important 60% of the population of this country are youth. They fall squarely within our domain, and therefore that should be the priority for NIMSI, not to bother about people who are already on the voters register, but to collect the data on the digital identity platform and prioritize the education sector so that we can actually identify students once they enter into the system and maintain that all the way through. It's critical that we do some of these things absolutely quickly and fast, and that we leverage technology. Let's not be afraid of technology, and let's not be too concerned about the cost of technology. It's actually going down and not up. Thank you.
Maybe we would like to say thank you for that beautiful intervention and to add some flesh to what Modukwe did say. I think we would like to summarize so that we can get on to the next program. I would like to say thank you very much, Modukwe, my good friend and sister. We are meeting again, and we meet more and more. Thank you very much for that wonderful presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask the moderator to drop the time program for us so as to make it efficient. We'll end up on time, then we'll be able to get back to our destinations. But before I do that, there are two things that we need to add coming from the conversations. The first one was what Professor did say, the DG of NEPA, that the backbone to transmit data need to be strengthened or reactivated. There's a backbone, and we can do that through the various institutional agencies of government that make that to happen many years ago. The backbone is there, is to reactivate that and enable data to be transmitted seamlessly for e-learning to take place. That's one. So we need to add that. The second point is what my friend did say about Education Bank. Education Bank was scrapped in 2000, inexplicably. There was an Education Bank that operated with a DG and the infrastructure of operational institutions. But to the best knowledge of government, it was scrapped. If we think we need to bring it back, then we'll make a recommendation on that. And we are free to do that. And government will look into that through the federal ministry. So these are the two key things in addition to what the panel presenter has told us. So I would like to thank everybody for the opportunity to serve you. And I would like to say good afternoon.
Thank you very much. Can we please appreciate our chairman better? If not, we will not go for lunch. We'll just keep us here. Thank you very much for doing that great job, but we are not releasing you yet. I've been directed for all of us to look at our program. And since we're already in the spirit of discussion, so that I will not forget all the recommendations we've had, to quickly look at how we're going to implement while we have these things fresh with us. And by the way, I want to appreciate the fourth panel, the presentation by the convener, and the discussion by Chineye, who's also a panelist, and of course, all the panel members. Thank you for a great job. And the rest of the panels, we appreciate you all. So we are having everything compiled, recommendations, way forward, and the rest of it. And we share with everyone. So back to the issue. We are going to look at the ways we are going to implement. That is the implementation strategies. And then we'll continue. We want the permanent secretary to join us in person. He's here with us in the spirit, and he's delegated the chairman to also continue, and of course, the director EPR&D and myself. But then we're going to look at the implementation strategies that will be delivered to us by Lillian Okoli of Pearl. FCDO, by the way, is the new name for DFID. So you tell us what the full meaning of FCDO is. I know it's development something. Yeah. So we'll look at the timing, and then we'll move on to the communique, which is also ready, presented to us, and we'll adopt. If there are things we need to fine-tune, we'll do that and share the final one to us, the draft communique. And of course, we'll have the closing remarks. Everything will be done, and by 3 o'clock we'll be done.
Thank you very much, Dr. Folake. Thank you for the opportunity also to share this with you. Let me start by introducing myself. Okay, permit me to stand on existing protocol. My name is Lillian Okoli. I work with Partnership to Engage, Reform and Learn. The program is a governance, an FCDO governance program that has been on ground since 2016. FCDO, like she said, is now the Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office. And it's a measure of the development angle of formerly DFID, and the Foreign and Commonwealth Office. Okay, I don't want to take too much of your time, but I thought that this aspect of the workshop is very critical. It's over the years we have not really spent time, during the workshop to look at implementation strategy and basically to look at how we have been coming year in, year out to draw up recommendations, but we really don't spend as much time to see how we can put together strategies around recommendations. And we thought that it would be good for all of us to put our heads together to suggest ways in which implementation of these actions and recommendations that we have drawn up today, how best to go about it, and what structures we need to put in place, and what are the existing structures that we can use as opportunities. The good thing about this particular session this year is the fact that we have come through a pandemic. Therefore, there are a lot of lessons that we have learned. There are a lot of things that we have seen from the impact of the COVID. And we need to be able to look at our strategies once again to see whether the priorities of the states and the national government needs to be realigned, and whether there are ways that we can realign what we have done, or what we can align what we have done today to our existing national and state priorities. So, summary of next steps. These are my suggestions. And please feel free at the end of the presentation to say this area is not suitable. We need to adjust it this way. These are recommendations that we have made based on past Naec, past conferences and outcomes of those conferences. So the summary of next steps that I'm suggesting is that a subcommittee should be set up to take forward recommendations of the Naec and TORs agreed for that subcommittee. Now, I'm aware that we have an existing subcommittee that worked after the 2018 Naec. For 2019, because of the pandemic, really the structure was not put in place effectively, or that subcommittee didn't meet to be able to actualize some of these things. So we felt that there's need for us to reactivate, or if possible, put together another subcommittee, bringing in some key stakeholders that we think are critical for implementation of these recommendations. So we will review the 2020 findings like we have at the moment and the recommendations, and as much as possible, try to harmonize them into agreed objectives, and possibly put together some domain areas that we think would fall within the recommendations that we have at the moment. So do we need to break up our recommendations into key domain areas and have specific agencies aligned to those domain areas, which is what we did in 2018. I'm saying we as if I was there, but they did in 2018. So the implementation subcommittee, TOR, would have 4 key areas for the committee. They would be responsible for harmonizing the recommendations from the different sessions of the 2020 Naec. So from the 3 sub-themes that we have generated, they will be responsible for ensuring that that is harmonized, and as much as possible, design an action plan in line with the agreed templates that we have shared. Now there is room for modifications around these things, depending on what we have. Before we drew up these recommendations, we hadn't seen the recommendations that came from this. Now that we have actual recommendations, what do we need to do to be able to ensure that we are drawing up action plans that are implementable? We are setting timelines, we are assigning responsibilities to specific MDAs that have the mandate to be able to do these things, and that we are able to source for the funds, because of course there's no implementation without the resources. How do we ensure that there are funds for us to implement? And are there innovative ways that we can look for funding to be able to implement effectively? Then we will assign roles, like I said, ensuring that all the agencies, development partners, CSOs and NGOs are included. And then of course, develop a monitoring and evaluation framework, and set some key performance indicators for implementation. So one of the key things that we said we will do, and if you look at, can you please go back to the second slide, or the first that has the list of next steps? Okay. So we agreed that, sorry, let me just run through this. So for the third step, we say we agree on the structure for a coordinated approach to delivery, including how to build the capacity and improve funding, which is what I've mentioned. An idea is to maybe to have a central coordination unit within the Federal Ministry of Education that will have the responsibility of coordinating the state's MDAs, education MDAs. And from there, we'll be able to align some priority, decide on some priority areas, and then possibly have some quarterly reviews of the implementation. So after 4 months, what have we done? Let's check our progress. What do we need to do? Or are there things that we have put in place that we need to realign to ensure that implementation happens? If there is no, if we are not seeing progress, what do we do to change the path that we have taken? We agree presentation of agreed coordinated framework for delivery of Naec action. And then we have the roles and responsibilities and activities to achieve recommendations clearly outlined. And then develop a checklist for monitoring activities and resolutions to ensure acceleration of delivery. And one of the key things that we want to take out from this session is to ensure that the COP, the community of practice that we have been, we have actually been saying that we are going to set up. Yes, I know that at the time we had brought together commissioners for education from the 36 states, as well as the chairs of SUBEB, and we put something, a structure that would bring them together periodically to be able to check progress on this. So we're going to make them, what I'm suggesting is that that would be the key coordination platform that would help us to be able to ensure that implementation happens. I will talk more on that later. So please, slide 3. Okay, so the community of practice, you can see is right in the middle there. The community of practice, we would have to decide on who the members of that community would be. So do we want it to just be strictly the commissioners for education? Or do we want to ensure that the commissioners of education, because there are certain decisions considering, looking at the basic education that would ensure that the MDAs, the chairs of SUBEBs, should be there to be able to take decisions on. So do we make it the chairs of SUBEBs and commissioners of education, and then bring in some key MDAs also into the fold? So we have to decide on the community of practice. The community of practice will then work with the other key stakeholders. You can see around the main circle, we have the other key stakeholders, the private sector, the universities, technical colleges, the private sector, the parastatals and agencies, other parastatals and agencies, and international development partners. So we work together, you communicate with them to ensure that, to agree actions and then to enable peer learning and collaboration between the states. The COP is actually supposed to enable peer learning and to share our experiences, share progress in the work that we have done, and we can learn lessons from others who are working on reforms that are improving outcomes. So it's a platform for us to learn from one another. Number 4 slide. So I had listed here a couple of things that are questions that we could ask around the design of the multi-sectoral approach to delivering and tracking performance. There is no point in putting together an implementation plan if there is no way of tracking and monitoring performance. So we feel that it's a good opportunity for us to think about this at the beginning. How do we measure progress? What approach and tools do we deploy to track and monitor implementation of agreed plans? How do we come up with effective key performance indicators and targets for priority areas and deliverables, and so on and so forth? Which other MDAs do we need to synergize with to deliver our priority areas? Are we missing out key MDAs that are supposed to be here? And what internal mechanisms should be in place to track progress in the delivery of these interventions? The second one is looking at developing a framework to support coordinated delivery. And what structure? The question is, what structure can guarantee a coordinated approach to delivery? Is the COP going to work? Do we need a coordination unit to be set up? And how would that coordination unit function? How would they liaise with the state coordination units if it's set up? And then how do we align with effective national and state policies and programs? And I mentioned that there is going to be a periodic assessment of where we are So what are the milestones that we're going to set for ourselves? And what quarter do we have to have quarterly meetings for reporting and collating data and then building on the case that we have for the next Naec? Therefore, what we are suggesting is that it is what we have done in this year's Naec that will determine what we do in subsequent years. Instead of us to just come up with new themes, what have we done that has worked that we need to take forward in the next Naec? So that states will come with their report on what they have done so far, the progress they have made, and what needs to be done. And it will be a platform also for us to share ideas about what is working for us. We have applied this innovation in our state, and therefore we are coming up with this, and we want to share with you. And so it's a platform for us to be able to do that. Next, please. So in 2018, we had 6 domains that were selected based on the recommendations. We have not decided on the domains. Now, it's the work of the subcommittee, and if there is an opportunity for us to bring together the state commissioners for education and the SUBEB chairs, we will be able to decide on what domain areas we think will work, and that will be easy for us to align with priorities that we already have in our state around education. Next, please. So the roles and responsibilities we had mentioned before, who should be here? Who should be part of the decisions that we are making here? And who do you think should be assigned specific roles based on the recommendations that we have come up with today from the 4 sub-themes? So the governments, we will have to select which government MDAs are supposed to be part of this. The private sector. I didn't see a lot of the private sector people here with the last 2 days. The international development partners are represented. We know ourselves. The universities and the technical colleges and polytechnics, colleges of education. I didn't see very many of them around. And then other agencies that we think are key, and other ministries like Ministry of Planning and Budgeting that are key for execution of a lot of things. We mentioned infrastructural development. We mentioned WASH in the 3rd sub-theme. Do we need to bring them in at the planning stage? What responsibility do we need to give them to ensure that we are working in alignment with the plans that we have in place? Next, please. So the community of practice, we will have to decide on the domain areas like I mentioned. We have to decide on the community members. I have mentioned that already. And we have to decide on what to do for continuous improvement, reflection on the practice, evaluation of impact and outcomes, and then ongoing refinement of practice and methods, development of new resources. Where do we look for resources, both human and financial resources? Are there innovative ways of sourcing for resources? Are there private sector organizations that will be key to ensuring implementation of some of the recommendations? And then practice, investigation of key questions, problems, gaps. So these are the things. I'm not saying that we are not setting new work for the commissioners for education. We're just saying that that platform will allow us time to be able to look at some of these things and to be able to articulate and come up with ideas on how to take forward our recommendations. Okay, next. So an implementation plan is what is it supposed to do for us? It's supposed to help us assure that the work gets done. We need a formal structure to help us ensure that we are doing the work. My sister from NIE Plus here mentioned some of the things that they are doing. This is just one organization that has taken forward some of the recommendations of last year's recommendations. What are all of us doing in our various space? We're not saying we're not doing anything, but how do we know that we're doing something if we don't have a record? Have we set baselines for ourselves? Where are we getting our data from? Our data consistent? How are we sure that we are measuring the right data, that we are measuring the right results? So this is why an implementation plan is important. And we don't want to sit by ourselves and allow FME to bring all just international development partners to decide for you what you should do in your various states. We want to be able to do it in collaboration. We will support as much as possible. I'm saying we, as a development, someone from the development partner space. So we will do what we can to support the states to be able, and the MDAs, and federal MDAs, to see what they can do to be able to ensure that some of these recommendations are implemented. We will play our own role, but we want to also make sure that you are on the driving seat and that we are not driving the process for you. So FME is leading on this, but they don't want to do this alone because a lot of the schools are at the state level. They are being implemented at the state and at the local government level. They can be here and ensuring that this is that you know your problems and your challenges. So we felt that we needed to bring you up in the decision-making process around this and to ensure that you are bringing in the key challenges that you're encountering in your various states and local governments, and to ensure that this is what we are taking care of, that this is what we are addressing. And that every year that we come here, we are bringing in the key issues that are in the minds of everybody. So that is why the implementation plan is important. What are the priority areas and broad goals, the specific and measurable objectives, the strategies that are known to be and have a high likelihood of being effective, from evidences that have been provided by people, the evidence holders in the last 2 days, what new thing have we learned? What do we need to take along with us? What do we need to change in the things strategies that we have in place already? And then how do we link this to the national goals and strategies? We don't want to do this as a project that is not aligned to what we're already doing in the States, because we don't have the resources for it. You already have your budgets and you already have your plans. Your state-specific plans, your sector plans are there. How do we ensure that what we have already is aligned to the resources that are already set for implementation in the state? If we don't have it, what do we do to ensure that this is integrated in our MTSs and in our budgets in subsequent years? That's so that implements, and that is why we're going to, okay, if you go to the next one. Did we go to the timeline? Sorry. That is why we have set some timelines. Can you go to the timelines? We're going to determine timelines. There are things that will not happen immediately. There are things that will require more resources than some. There are things that will take more, will need more collaboration from other MDAs and other stakeholders. There are some things that we can do immediately and that we have the structure in place to be able to implement. We just need to determine what needs to go first and what needs to come after. So in putting together our strategies and plans and budgets, what can we do in the next 1 year? By the time we start putting together 2022 budget, what do we need to? We need to come back to our recommendations and say, this is one of the key things we want to do in our state. And we need to make sure that our voices are heard. And those, the CSOs and the private sector people that are here, will make sure that these are things that you think are key for you, and you need to integrate it in the budget and in our plans for the states, in the sectors. So this is how we think that we can make sure that this happens effectively. So go back to 10. I just did a slide template to show you what I think would be relevant for us as a result and monitoring framework. So we set our domain and put together objectives around that domain. And then what is the strategy and background on that strategy? We put what is the source of the information you have around that strategy? What is the evidence base? And does it require a policy change? So like I said, some things will require 2-3 years. It requires a policy change. What are the steps to ensure that the policy is put in place for that to happen? Are we thinking beyond just coming here to put recommendations down? What do we have in our minds? And some commissioners are here, and I pray that some of the recommendations that are coming out from this Naec, that you go back and you discuss with your sectors to be able to ensure that these things, a lot of experts, I mean, if we start to put together the wealth of experience from the people that discussed in the last 2 days around education, you will be putting down thousands and thousands of years of experience. So let's use that effectively, please. Let's see how we can take forward some of these recommendations. People that have brought experience from outside and those that are experiencing it from within. So 11 and 12 talks about basically the action, the implementation template, which I really don't have time to discuss at the moment, but I think as next steps, the Federal Ministry of Education will need to let us know the best approach to set up another meeting for the subcommittees and the communities of practice. And then we give you information about what should happen. But I have shared a lesson, a template was shared, sorry, reflections on lessons and key takeaways. It's good for you to tell us what you feel about this and what you are taking away from the session. Thank you very much. Good afternoon once again.
Thank you very much, Lillian. I must commend your team's work. And actually, we have a planning committee for the conference, which is a standing one of all partners, agencies of the ministry, and of course, FME department. So we've worked, in 2018, as she said, we had a very a functional committee to do the implementation strategies. And we really worked on that. And we took it to a very, we deepened the activities in that regard. But 2019, we couldn't do that much because of the situation we are in. And we want to take it up. And she has shared with us, the basic thing is for us to have a mechanism of following up to ensure that the recommendations are really implemented, to ensure that we get the understanding of what the action, the call to action. And then as we go back to our state, we expect us that it's not the end of the conference, it's just the beginning of action for us, so that when we contact us, the planning committee, will have, we can co-opt some of us into this, the committee for implementation. They're ready to answer the call. And then together we can move it forward. I don't know if you want to react to the presentation.
Yes, thank you so much for what you've done. But you shouldn't go, we're not done with you yet. Was that not what she said? That's what you said. Otherwise, I would have gone and said bye-bye, everybody. Okay, thank you very much. I think this presentation is very critical. We need to make decisions and then pass these decisions back to the supervising ministry that coordinated this. What essentially she has said is that we need to think of the best way to promote the implementation of our actions. What is the best way to do that? I think she has also did say what happened in 2018, but I wouldn't want us to be so much influenced by that. Let's look at the context of our times and see, after we are talking of post-COVID, am I correct? Then we'll see how best we can move. So the key questions she has asked, there are about 4 of them, 4 key questions, which will guide our intervention. 1, do we harmonize the recommendations into one whole, or do we disarticulate them into themes? That's one question. These recommendations that come from 4 panels addressing specific themes, do we harmonize them in one whole, or do we disarticulate them according to the themes in view of the responsibilities of various entities? That's 1. 2, when we do that, we need to draw up an action plan. Who does that? Do we leave it to the federal ministry to do that? Or do we set up, ma'am, please just pay attention. Do we set up a technical working group, TWG? Do we set up a technical working group to draw up the action plan? I'll come back to the action plan. Or do we leave it with the directing ministry to do that and come back to us? That's 2. 3, when we do this, we hope that the action plan will draw out the roles and responsibilities to various implementing agencies, which means whoever is going to work to draw up the plan should be very clear in their mind on who the entities are, which I believe will include the, my sister, please, that will include both state and non-state actors for inclusion, state and non-state actors. And finally, in drawing up the action plan, we should think of M&E and feedback mechanisms, monitoring, evaluation, and feedback mechanisms. And more importantly, I'm very happy DFID or FUCD or whatever, I'm happy you're bringing this into the fray of conversation, because it never happens in this country. Professor knows it happens in America, and in UNESCO it does happen in Geneva, all over Asia Pacific. You draw up a community of practice. You need to be clear in your mind who will be included in implementation of these things, and how would the channels of communication be. It's not just enough to draw up COP. We also think of a channel of communication between members, and COP is universal, completely universal. It's a huge population of the subpopulation of the people we are. So please think about these 4 things. And I'm happy that she also did talk about one large logical frame that will include all of these things. What is that logical frame called? strategy plan. Not strategic. A strategy plan of implementation. Not strategic plan, please. Not strategic plan. Strategy plan of implementation. Strategy plan of implementation will include the key issues, the key issues. It will include key responsibilities and who does what. Sorry, it will include in the key issues, the strategy for implementing these key issues. If you like, you can draw up your objectives from there. Then the responsibilities of entities, who is responsible for what, both state and non-state actors, the cost implications for each, and the source of funding, very critical. And of course, the M&A feedback mechanism, very important. And before you do that, you then have to put up a background brief, which he did say at the beginning. The background brief will include the institutionalization. Where do you institute this? Do you institute it in the ministry? And if you do that, do you bring in other levels of government to be there? For instance, if you set up a unit in the ministry, in their periodic meeting, do you bring in the state actors to give flesh to ownership? I'll give you an example. One of the banes of the issues of plan in this country is to make it top-heavy. And so when you make it top-heavy, you tend to draw down on the states. And they say, oh, goodbye. We have a concurrent list in constitution. Whatever happens to you, we are not there. We have to draw back into a cultural context. So do we bring them in at that level in the periodic meetings? Then the periodic meetings, she said quarterly. I'll leave it to you to say we need periodic meeting of review. Should it be monthly? Should it be quarterly? Should it be twice a year? How do we link up to NCE, the policy making? Because at NCE, everybody is there. The ministers are there to chair. The commissioners are key members. Permanent secretaries are officials. And of course, you have state and non-state operators. You have associations, the unions, and so on. Everybody is there. And it becomes a policy. Either you implement or you urge or whatever. So we need to do that as a beginning point before we talk about the strategy point. So I'm going to leave you, audience, very beautiful audience, in the next 10 minutes to think about all of these things, so we'll be able to brief our directing ministry what our key recommendations are in terms of strategy of implementation. Thank you very much. And am I told that we'll give time to lunch so that the communicate team will wind down? So can we give 10 minutes, but before then, she will do housekeeping of what is going to happen. Then we'll have 10 minutes of conversation. Over to you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Can we give a round of applause for our chairman? He's doing a wonderful job. Thank you, Chair. Yeah. So we wanted to continue, but then communicate group, they are working on the presentation. And we don't want to just rush them to do an haphazard job. So we want them to tidy up neatly so that we can give us something that we can really take home. So while they are doing that, we think we should go for lunch. Since lunch is served, we don't want it to turn cold. So we'll go for lunch, but we have to make up our mind that we'll return here after lunch. Okay, we have 10 minutes. Chairman says we should have 10 minutes to reflect on the implementation strategies. And then so we'll go for lunch by 2:40. Then we'll return by 3:40. We go for lunch and prayers and return by 3:40. Then we'll now have the draft communique presented to us, and we'll react to it. And then we'll have the closing remarks. By the closing, we are still hopeful that the permanent secretary will join us to do the closing ceremony, because we are going to give out souvenirs to the states, and we're going to give some critical announcement information to them as well as they go back. And so that we'll come back by 3:40, every one of us, please, and then we'll go from there.
There's a question from the presentation suggesting that for direction to be given, we need to institute the implementation unit in the federal ministry. If you agree, you say aye. If you don't agree, say nay. The ayes have it. Question two. Question two. Do you need to incorporate from time to time members from the state level at the state level and non-state operators represented in their meetings in that unit? Do you need to recommend that in the meetings of that unit in the ministry, we need the representation of state and non-state actors? State actors will be the states, the non-state actors will be the CSOs, the NGOs, and do you need it? If you say yes, you put up, you say yes. If you say no, you say no. So the ayes have it. Number three, we need to put up a strategy plan. A strategy plan. Strategy plan. Do we need to put up a strategy plan for actualizing these recommendations? That strategy plan, will you like to appropriate it to the unit we have set up now in the ministry? With the state and the Minister of Education, with the state and non-state actors. Okay, if you say that, say yeah. If you say no, say no. So 3 decisions, 3 key decisions, please. 3 key. You think I'm joking? Please, ma'am, 3 key decisions have been taken, we have taken 3 key recommendations. 1, we should strengthen the unit in the ministry to implement this by adding state and non-state actors. 2, that unit should bring up the strategy plan she recommended. Modupe? Sorry, ma'am, I'll confuse you with my Lillian. That unit in the ministry will bring up for us a strategy plan. And that unit will compose of the Ministry of Education with state and non-state actors. Okay, fine. Then number 3, what was number 3? It's number 3 now. Yes, I've combined the 2. Now, finally, will you like this matter to be taken to NCE from time to time for feedback mechanism so I can be part of policy? If you want to say yeah, if you don't want to say no. Oh, somebody wants to talk. Okay, I'm going to, ma'am. No, don't worry, you don't need to beg me because my mother is a woman and I'm gender friendly. No, my mother fed before wife. Okay, ma'am, go ahead. Come and take my microphone.
About the action plan and the strategy plan. Most times we always have action and strategy plan, but I think it's important to have measurable timelines and measurable KPIs so that we know that if we have a general action plan, we know that if after 2 months, this is what we expect to see from this meeting. After 3 months, this is what we expect to see from this meeting. Just something we can measure and hold on to. That's just my contribution. Thank you.
This is what we've agreed. We said draw a strategy plan with key initiatives, objectives, strategy of implementation, mechanism of measuring feedback, the costing, roles and responsibilities, okay, and feedback mechanism with short-term, medium-term, and longer term. That's what you said. But thank you as a mother for reminding us. God bless you, ma'am. Okay. Thank you very much. I have finished my job. Now, I have finished my job. If she hires me back, the commissioners will pay. When it will be done, the timeline, okay, that's a good question. Now, see, the timeline for setting up this was yesterday. The timeline for setting up the unit exists already, is to strengthen the unit by bringing in state and non-state actors. That will be the first thing to be done, she's here. So we hope that in the next 1 month, I believe, bearing bureaucracy, Ma'am, please take note. In the next 1 month, will be communicated. So thank you very much. I'm reluctant to hand over because Africans don't like to leave power. But I'm relinquishing it. I'm relinquishing it the power.
Thank you very much, Chairman, for that very good intervention. And I'm happy to inform you, Chairman, that we already have this in place. In fact, if you look at the template she presented, it's 2018. But it's good we are having innovative ways of doing it better. We have Yetun and the rest of them, even TRC, and they are all part of the state and non-state actors. But of course, the room is open wider. Even the DPRS is from the state. We ensure that we call them. We even try to incentivize their coming so that they can represent the commissioners from the state, because a lot of times you call them, they'll say they don't have funds, they are not supported. So we try to see what we can do to support. One key area that you left out is the funding. We have all said grandiose things. So how do we fund? Even when we say in partnership with FME, most of the time the partnership is technical. So even as we are looking at all this one, most of the partnership is technical we are receiving, and we appreciate it, because even if you have the money, you don't have the technical, you cannot go far. So we want to encourage us that we should try and let the state actors come, the commissioners. Please encourage them to come. And then even the parastatals will send letters. I've been talking. When we send them letters, it's not as if we are asking for money. Let them come so that we can rub minds together. So we already have the apparatus in state. You saw that I was even trying, I was conversing with my director. We already have this in place. Lillian knows, everybody, they know we have it. Because after the conference, even 2017, 18, we put this in place. But we can innovate, strengthen, thank you very much, sir, and have all these things. The implementation strategies. After we have the plan, we must have strategies. Not strategic, implementation strategies. The KPIs, the timelines, activities, whether it's short-term, long-term, and the rest of it, and then measurable activities, outcomes and activities and outputs. So we have this. We are not short of ideas, but then we need people. We cannot do it all alone. And FME is ready to work. We are ready. And I'm also excited that all of us are ready. When we're saying the A's have it, I was happy. The Senate chairman, as Senate leader, has given us that mandate. And we have also established this thing. So let us know that it's time for action. So we are going to be reaching out, giving us information. Somebody online asked about how do we get this to the states? Of course, we already have the states with us. And then when we finish, we'll send out the recommendations, everything to the state. And then we'll put up the recommendations together, part of the strategy, look at the one that we've done at the federal, state, and local government level by MDAs, who's responsible in these strategies. So we have all those ones. And of course, Prof will be there to give us a backup. We're going to get you more on board. So thank you very much. I don't know if you have further questions or comments on this. And then with NC, I was in deep discussion with the CEO to the Honorable Minister yesterday, and we looked at how we leverage on what we are doing here to the policy making. And thank God the director in charge of JCC, NC is here in the person of Mr. David. Please rise, let's see you. Please, let's appreciate her. So that as we go, thank you very much, ma'am. As we go further for policy decision making, the conferences, we look at the conclusions we have arrived at here so that we can harmonize and synchronize and have holistic policies that are backed with evidence. Because here we looked at research findings. How can it improve policy making and practice in the sector? So that when we are not developing policies, we can look at what we have agreed at here to improve our policy decisions. So we are going to leverage everything so that we'll have a more vibrant sector with the support of every one of us. Thank you very much. So we'll go for lunch. It's 2:45. And come back at 3:45. Yes, we have assigned to yesterday and today for the conference. So we are going to enjoy ourselves together. Yes, I know they used to have commissioners forum where they meet from time to time. I don't know if commissioners of education, whether that is still on. Director APR, and maybe you find out that the commissioner, yes, so that they can interact. We have that of governors, and we are interacting with them at Naec, so that when we have decisions that involves them, we can also take it to them, that we can have holistic policy and practice in the sector. Director, you want to say something? It was asking about commissioners forum. It's under what? Yes, sir.
Who said he has not received the invitation to this activity, and she told me that there are some were selected. If somebody did not receive the invitation, he's not, because he has, even yesterday morning I sent the link to him and his team because they were very keen. He was here last year where the unveiling, he came with white and he came with his. So I think there should be a follow-up on how the invitation goes to the states. Yeah.
To quickly react to that, commissioners were the first set to be invited. We have a platform for all commissioners. Directors are also part of that platform. So I placed the invitation for all commissioners to even register first before every other person. And I'm sure the commissioners that are here got it first from that platform. And aside that, we also did hard copies. And we sent to all their mails, the current commissioners, so they should check their mails. We sent to them via email. We made phone calls, SMS, so what else? And we have the hard copies there, so we did not select any commissioner. We sent to all of them, all SUBEB chair, all PAMSECs, and director PRS are the ones we told in the state to connect virtually because we cannot bring all of them here. We even made provision for their data and light refreshment in the state. We said, DPRS, get somebody from SUBEB, get somebody from ministry, like 4 or 5 of you gather together in one place. We'll send you data and light refreshment for the 2 days. So let them always check their mails and their phones. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, ma. And in addition to that, if we are close to any of these commissioners, we should endeavor to encourage them. Once we get any news that will benefit them, we tell them, we share it with them and encourage them to register. I did that for a number of people. So please, this is Nigeria. Let us work together as a team to move it forward. Thank you.